So first, welcome Bob Marley and welcome everyone. Always happy to have, well, anyone here, anyone in passing by. But yeah, so this is sort of a little bit of an unplanned stream, or at least not my usual streaming time. Although at this point, I think it's fair to say I don't really have any usual streaming times. I'm always trying to like nail down a schedule. Even when I do, it doesn't seem to hold for very long. I think my most consistent schedule was like the workout streams, just because like I was paying for those, and I had to, make sure that I show up, get my money's worth. But now that that's unfortunately on the back burner, yeah, I'm still trying to like flesh out a schedule. Well then I'm super sorry to hear that, Bob Marley. I'm hoping that, well, at the end of the day, I'm hoping that your health is, in a good place, and that you don't have a chronic illness or any health issues whatsoever. But what I would say is like, regardless, if you receive a diagnosis, I hope it's treatable. I hope it's manageable. And I'm certainly, if you're interested in keeping me or anyone updated, I certainly would appreciate it, but definitely don't have to. No pressure. But like, yeah, I definitely know the process of diagnosis, and the uncertainty that comes, the anxiety associated with the uncertainty of like, oh, something, you might have an issue, don't know what it is yet, going through the gamut of tests. Like my diagnosis was like over the period of like 6 to 8 months. Like first they thought it was this, then it was this, and oh, turns out it's actually this, what I actually have. So I certainly hope for the best. And I certainly hope that you can get access to the treatment that you require, since as similar to here in Quebec, Canada, I know that the situation of the NHS in the UK is not the greatest at all, at least based off of the headlines that I read. But I think many healthcare systems are struggling all across the world. Okay, so I'm glad to hear that, and I hope the doctors are actually correct. But I know that's probably like an evolving situation. But yeah, on today's stream, in a couple of minutes, I should be talking with JohnnyScarlett, who I've been on quite a few panels with, or I think at least like 3, if not 4 panels with. Prime panels, where like, yeah, I still go on Prime panels, but I don't stream them for a multitude of reasons. As much as I enjoy appearing on panels, I always have mixed feelings about, streaming them, just because I can't interact with chat when I'm streaming the panels. And I know that there are certainly people that come here to actually interact with me or ask me questions, and I definitely can't devote enough attention to chat while I'm on a Prime panel. So it was scheduled to talk on Saturday, but unfortunately I don't think they were feeling all that great, which I can empathize with. And so we rescheduled to today. I'm actually going to check in with them. Check. One second. And I think they're live. Yeah, they are live. So I'm pretty sure that the talk is officially on. Unless they forgot, but I also checked in with them this morning. And they said that we're good to go. So I think we're about to set that up. And also I'll be testing out a new, I guess, maybe graphics or background for one-on-one conversations. We'll see how it goes. The background that I sort of made. Okay, well, I'm hoping for the next couple of weeks, I'm going to be streaming. I'm hoping to be streaming a little bit more frequently. There's some life updates, in that I have some free time for the next little bit, because now I'm back on employment hunting, because I was laid off from the startup company that I was working for. which is totally fine. Sort of semi-expected it, or I knew that I could never bank on, you know, the stability of a startup. And the whole situation around that is, let's say, super interesting, that I'm probably going to cover at one point. And you maybe see a little bit behind the scenes of what goes on in the biotech industry, as much as I do cover the biotech industry. Where, yeah, the circumstances of my departure, I think you might find super interesting, or entertaining, at the very least. But yeah, I'm pretty much technically now unemployed. I was given my 2 weeks notice mid-April. Well, yeah, so not departure. I was explicitly laid off, as in they can no longer afford the salary that I command. Given, as they say, you know, the direction that the company is going in, and, you know, market demands. Let's just say also slow sales, or less sales than they wanted. Oh, I appreciate that. But at the end of the day, it's really not the end of the world. Like, I am going to be fine. And also at the end of the day, I never really foresaw myself. I think I made that pretty clear, actually, even on the stream, of like, I have this opportunity. Maybe I'll commit to it for a year, see how it goes, and then reassess. Obviously, turns out, didn't work out, as a year didn't actually pass. More like 5-6 months. But there were just like a number of developments that occurred in the company. And obviously I can't reveal everything. But yeah, and then that's pretty much my exact sort of mindset of exciting chance to see what's out there. 1 second. I just want to make sure I'm not missing. Okay, yeah. We're gonna jump in to the chat with JohnnyScarlett. They're good to go. And also, so yeah, I have a background for one-on-one chats, or at least I'm gonna be testing it out. If it's so there's a little bit of movement associated with the background, I'll just like. So if that spinning of the helix of the DNA strand is distracting, let me know. Because I can stop it. And my face will return in a moment. Although maybe that's a bad thing.
Hello, friend. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me?
You are muted.
Oh.
Oh, wait. That might be my fault. There we go. Can you try to unmute
Okay,
yourself?
yeah.
Yeah.
Hopefully you can hear me.
Yes, I can.
And hopefully
If you want to have your camera on, you can.
Yeah, I was gonna say. Hopefully
yeah.
you can also see me. And also I'm gonna set
Yes,
things
we
up on
can
my
see
end.
you. Fabulous.
One moment.
Cool. You guys, this is Corey. Welcome.
I'm just like setting things up on my...
Okay, cool. SimDaddy Kane, I can open this, but I can only have one source open at a time, so you won't be able to see me opening this on screen. But it is a Twitter thing. Oh shit, that covers Twitter. There we go. So we are, we had just been going over the news and stuff thus far.
Okay, yes, I think we're at least good to go, or set up on my end, or at least set up as best as I can. I'm definitely not the most tech savvy.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
That is cool. That is totally fine. Yeah. Hey, are you live right now?
Yep. I went live about 15 minutes ago, pretty much right before we started.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Gave a little bit of an update. But yeah, so first of all, thank you so much for inviting me on to talk. Always appreciated. Super grateful.
Yeah, you're very welcome. How about you introduce yourself a little bit for those people in the crowd who have never seen you before, or who maybe have never seen you on Prime Kai?
Yeah, so I am Corey Campbell. I'm a biochemist. I'm a PhD candidate in biochemistry. And I even though I go on Prime panels, I don't talk about biochemistry, but I do try to bring some sort of, science-based approach to the arguments that I make, or at least based on some sort of evidence that I try to provide, which usually doesn't go over very well. But on my own stream, I do cover some science news. I do the occasional workout stream, although that's currently on hold, unfortunately, for the time being. But I do want to resurrect them. Where, yeah, I pretty much cover a range of topics, but I'm pretty much always consistently covering research and science news.
Very, very cool. So what is something that you most recently had that was like a breakthrough news article that you read?
One of them, actually one that is actually going to cover maybe a little bit later, I don't know if it's a breakthrough, but sort of like the evolving situation with AI and how AI is like revolutionizing, or at least, advancing many different fields. From well, as we covered on the Prime panel, from, let's say, companionship, so to speak, and now in the medicine field and the biochemistry field, like my field, of like how, without getting into the nitty-gritty details of like protein folding and all that stuff, but also what I was intended to cover was AI and medicine, and how it turns out like maybe AI might have like better bedside manner than like most doctors, as in it seems like maybe AI actually outperforms the majority of doctors when it comes to like being empathetic towards patients.
Absolutely. And there is the technology bias issue. For instance, it's already a bias within the medical field to ascribe weird pain levels to different races and things like that. And so I feel like something that, like an AI, which is just a language aggregate, could definitely fall prey to biases like that.
Yeah, absolutely. And I've covered a little bit of that on my own stream of like, yeah, way back in the day, where like, if you dig into like dig deep in the medical archives, like there's sort of that whatever, quote unquote, research where even or that racial bias against people of color, specifically Black people, where even when it comes to something like X-rays, where like the thought process was like, oh, Black people need a higher dose of X-rays because like their bones are more dense, so you need like greater amounts of X-rays when you scan Black people. And there's actual like, medical publications like advocating for that, well, at least going back like decades. So like, yeah, that bias existed back then, and it still exists today to some extent.
Oh my goodness. Do you think that AI is something that so when you say biochemistry, what I picture is something akin to not just mixing things around in the lab, but also perhaps doing some 3D imaging as well. I understand that that's an important part of that field.
Absolutely. So I think an understandable question is like, what's the difference between, biochemistry, biology, or chemistry and biochemistry? And we're like, and also, so I'm currently pursuing my PhD biochemistry, but I actually did my bachelor's in biology, or specifically I did it in cell and molecular biology. And then, I've sort of transitioned to biochemistry. Like, where are the actual hard lines? What's the actual difference between, let's say, a field of where I did my bachelor's, molecular biology, and what I'm doing now, biochemistry? What are the strict borders? Generally speaking, biochemists deal with proteins. And so, as you sort of correctly alluded to, that totally includes 3D imaging, or rather trying to determine the structure of proteins. Because the three-dimensional structure of proteins is actually super critical for a wide variety of reasons. And there are totally molecular graphics softwares, free ones, that I even show on stream, of like, you can use this to visualize a protein, where the structure has been solved. Actually, like, bring it up in the software, and actually look at the structure.
That's very cool. And so I do imagine that to some extent the AI side of programming is going to become a little bit faster. Although even then, I feel like your level of 3D imaging and possibility is so much wider than what the average person on Fiverr is using AI programming for, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I
Yeah.
don't want to pass too harsh of a judgment on those people on Fiverr, but I think that is like a
Yeah.
fair assessment. Although it does appear to be, let's say, getting scaled down. Although I'm certainly not an expert on the AI that's used in biochemistry. Even though actually protein structure is a specialty of mine, I'm more of a traditionalist, as in I use more traditional methods as opposed to, the edge AI. But yeah, usually, like, now, if you want to computationally solve the structure of a protein, it does take a decent amount of computing power. But before, it seems to be getting better, where I think even on like not on your home system, but on like a collection of home systems, you contribute solving the structure of a protein. But like, yeah, it usually is like, if you want to attempt to computationally solve the structure of a protein, you are usually like uploading to like whatever, a server or like a supercomputer, and get the output.
That's really actually super interesting. It sort of, I guess you're lending your computer power to it, to the whole calculation.
So there's the one that you can upload to like pretty much, a third-party server, usually associated with like an academic institution. But there are ones that it is kind of like, I'm not an expert on crypto, but it is like through the collective action of, the general public's computers that want to opt into it. You can basically like contribute some of your computing power to like, to solving a protein structure. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's called, I think one of my chatters might be giving me the name like Fold at Home, or like basically like, yeah, it's like using, harnessing the general public's computing power, the ones that want to opt into it, or like, yeah, solving protein structure. But that is like a little bit, yeah. So Folded, it is called Folded. I think there appears to be two of them, Folded and Folded at Home. Where it's like, yeah, if you want to contribute to the scientific endeavor for your own, personal interests, like you can just be like, hey, just take some of my computing power.
Very cool. So yeah, that pretty much does go back to the idea that AI is something that might be helping out in just the raw processing power, but when it comes to the actual 3D imaging, it still sounds like it's way far off from just being able to give it an instruction and it spits something out for you that's viable.
Yeah.
So
Go ahead.
I could see, yeah, I could see where, I don't know, I could see where it could be really helpful in the, I really have no idea how to time things like this anymore. ChatGPT will be to a point where it's been inundated with protein structure algorithms, and it can actually start to run simulations like, hey, maybe that's possible in the next couple of years, but I don't see it right now.
Yeah, I think that probably is a greater hurdle to pass. But I could be totally wrong. Like, I'm definitely, as much as I'm curious about these things, and I want to learn as much as I can about them, definitely not an expert in terms of like how far ChatGPT so, or its computational power. But I am more aware of the computational power take protein. Just because, like,
Yeah.
I've participated in it, but when I say participated, like, I have totally like uploaded, or I've accessed some of these servers saying, hey, I'm interested in solving the structure of this protein. What do you think it is? And when I say solve, I should actually clarify or be more accurate. So like these AI algorithms, they're not truly solving, as in like, oh, this is actually what your protein looks like. This is what it's predicting it to look like, as in these algorithms have been trained. But like, there's a database called the protein database, which is publicly accessible. If you just search in protein database in Google, you'll get the database. But this is a database where pretty much researchers upload the solved structure of protein. Where it's like, oh, if you solve the structure of protein using traditional methods or the more conventional methods, that is actually typically a big deal, because it's actually a pretty big challenge to fully solve this 3D structure of a protein. So once they do that, you should get a publication and you upload it to the protein data bank. But then with now that we have a little bit of a data bank of about, I think last I checked, it's about 150,000 solved structures. Things like AlphaFold have been trained with this data bank, where it's like, okay, now that we have some data sets of what a collection of protein structures look like, well, then now you can upload the sequence of a new protein that has not had its structure solved, and then the AI algorithm like AlphaFold, it will predict it, but it may not actually be true, as in this is just what it's predicted to be, but it may not actually match reality, and in fact we solve it with conventional methods. The revolution in these algorithms is that they appear to be getting much better, exponentially better, where it's like, oh, when we actually test it, of like, hey, here's this unknown protein, and it makes its prediction, and then we subsequently solve it, like matching exceptionally closely most of the time.
Very cool. I know a very tiny little bit about polymerase chain reactions. I think that's what it's called. PCR, yeah. That's sort of the method that was used in the 90s and possibly recently, I'm not sure. It's the method that the Nobel Prize winner guy came up with that allows you to actually see what the structure is on that level.
So PCR is the polymerase chain reaction is usually for amplifying nucleic acids, usually DNA, but not always. Where it's not used for solving the structure of proteins, but it's usually for the amplification of genetic information, nucleic acid. But you are correct. That person who Chad was reminding me, I did forget their name, Kary Mullis. They did win the Nobel Prize for that discovery. I think everyone should look up Kary Mullis, the Wikipedia page, because I think it's a good example of how someone who arguably did revolutionary things in PCR and also have really crazy, wild ideas, because towards later career, they became pretty much an HIV denier, as in denying the existence of the HIV virus. Where it's
crazy stuff.
Yeah, and a whole bunch of other kind of wacky ideas, where they did this amazing thing, PCR, which has revolutionized molecular biology, biochemistry, that is still used today. I think virtually everyone knows about PCR in the context of, let's say, SARS-CoV-2 or the COVID pandemic, where that is, let's say, the gold standard for testing or getting a confirmed diagnosis of COVID-19. But yeah, that sort of revolutionary thing from this person, and then they had some really, towards the end of their career, some really crazy, just went off the rails, it looks like.
To put this kind of into perspective, you guys, this guy was taking so much LSD that he actually had a vision of what the DNA structure truly might be. It was sort of a predictive vision. And he explicitly in his books and everything, I have a book where he's shirtless somewhere around here. I haven't read it yet, but he's shirtless on the cover. He actually completely credits LSD with his Nobel Prize because he was thinking about the structures that he saw in this vision when he invented PCR.
That is actually
So he's a
news
wild
to me.
dude.
It sounds like, yeah, you've, I guess maybe read an autobiography or someone else's biography about them. But actually, I had no
It's
idea
his
about that.
book. I don't think it's a biography. It's called Dancing Naked in the Mind Field, and it's
Okay.
his musings on the structure of DNA, essentially.
Yeah, he was a very
Yeah.
interesting character. At least I only know him from his Wikipedia page. And like obviously I was given a little bit of brief history from some of my courses that I'd taken, because like yeah, it totally was a revolutionary thing that they came up with. That is still like it's pretty much
Yes.
uh even though like actually on paper it's actually really cool. Where like it's such a simple idea on paper, because so like I've done PCR, and I've worked with a number of PCR instruments and machines, at least today, you know, whatever 21st century ones, and they're like small, you know,
Mm.
things. At least they can be pretty much, you know, the size of let's say, a very large lunchbox, be twice the size of that. And all it is really, it's like a fancy heating block. As in, all it does is heats up, cool down, heats up, cool down, heats up, cool down. But back in the day, if you look at the older ones, like they were the early day PCR. Like you can pretty much like do it with just like, you know, boiling water and like ice, technically speaking. As in, you like it's pretty much just
Oh
like
wow.
transferring your samples from like heat to cold, heat to cold, heat to cold. Where like the early day PCR instruments, if you can even call them that, were just like fancy, like, you know, whatever boil plates. Uh, the the sophisticated part is like the enzyme slash protein that they use for this. The polymerase that is in the word PCR, polymerase chain reaction. That's the fancy part, where it's like, yeah, this enzyme is able to pretty much amplify DNA in hot temperatures, where most proteins not withstand high temperatures. But yeah, it's a really good. If you track the history of PCR machines, going back to when they were first came on the market, they're like these large. It's analogous to like, you know, PC computers. If they're just getting smaller and smaller,
Yeah.
we're like, yeah, modern day PCR machines that are pretty much in every biology lab. They're like pretty small. You can kind of like carry them around, no problem, with one person. But like back in the day, they were like these really large like contraptions.
Can I actually, on the note of being able to do that sort of thing yourself and see the data and actually do chain reactions and witness it in front of your eyes, does that make it just I can only imagine that that makes science deniers and vaccine deniers and people like that so infinitely more frustrating to someone like you.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's one of the reasons, one of the many reasons why I started streaming. Like when I first started streaming, like a little over a year and a half ago now, I think it was August, September 2021, where I was pretty much like covering COVID research, or SARS-CoV-2 research, because I think that was sort of, at least in my area, Quebec, Canada, that was like during one of the second lockdowns, or like one of the pretty much like the start of the Omicron wave, if I remember correctly. And
Yeah.
my first ever debate, which, you know, shout out to Scott from Fabian Liberty. Like they were my first ever scheduled debate,
Yeah.
and it was about about vaccines and safety and efficacy, etc., etc. I'm like, yeah, it is frustrating, for sure. Whether my frustration is greater than most other people's is hard to say, but like, yeah, it is a source of frustration, especially when I'm being lectured This is not to say that I'm the arbiter of good science, or that there's any real definition of good science, but yeah, when I'm receiving lectures from people that I know that they have idea they're talking about, not to be too harsh, it is a test of my patience for sure.
Absolutely. It like and what's so frustrating is that it's definitely an understatement to say that it's or an understatement or an overstatement. I'm not sure. To say that it's easy to understand concepts, you know, the shape of the virus and how it's different and some of the ways that it just generally came out in the public. It was relatively easy to research for a while, unless you were looking for something outlandish, like conspiracy theories about the Chinese government and shit like that. If you're looking for that sort of shit, then the COVID research brought you down really weird rabbit holes that had nothing to do with the actual virus at hand. And I as a layman, I took it upon myself to say, "Oh, they're coming out with a new virus. I mean, they're coming out with these new vaccines for this horrendous virus. Let me go and, you know, maybe on stream a couple of days, try and research how this shit works." It's not that hard to understand, at least on a conceptual, like, physical level.
Yeah, I would agree with you, but I mean, I'm obviously biased, and I obviously come from, a different. I mean, I'm more or less trained to understand these things, or at least I went into it to receive the training to understand these things. And that's where I try to at least be patient with these individuals, because, like, yeah, and I try to recognize that even though it might be easy for me and easy for you, and I will also draw upon, like, the teaching experience that I have, of, like, how you conceptualize something, how you understand a concept, just appears to be like a really unique process, unique to the individual. Where it's like, I've done a fair amount of teaching, I've done a fair amount of tutoring, and usually my approach when it comes to trying to relay information, especially when it comes to trying to get across a scientific concept, or let's say a biochemistry concept, I usually just start with, like, well, this is how I understand it. These are, like, the analogies that I use, where to use a sort of a boots on the ground example. It's like, I'm talking about proteins, okay, or I mentioned proteins. I'm a biochemist and I work with proteins, and understandably, most people, I don't think, really know what proteins are, what they do, or, like, if you zoom in on a protein, what does it look like? What's the difference between, like, a protein and a carbohydrate? And so, like, the way I conceptualize proteins, or at least I sort of loosely conceptualize proteins, it's like, so proteins, they have 3D structures, sophisticated three-dimensional structures. And how are proteins built? Well, proteins are built by building blocks called amino acids. The way I think of them, they're like Legos, as in there are sort of 20 amino acids, and you can think of the 20 amino acids as 20 different Lego blocks. Just as with Lego, if you have an access, you can pretty much build whatever. There's obviously way more variety, different number of Lego blocks, as opposed to proteins, you have 20 amino acids. And so it's just like, from those 20 amino acids, they can be arranged in sequence, and pretty much an infinite sequence. And then from that sequence, the protein folds, or it adopts a 3D conformational structure. And that's more or less how I conceptualize. But even then, I know that the way I describe that, it is not resonating, or at least I'm probably not getting the message across as clearly as I would have liked. Where it's like, yeah, when I tutor people or teach people, like, I always have to usually employ different strategies. Like, okay, I explained it this way, this didn't work, I try a different angle. And that's where I try to be patient, where if, someone doesn't understand something, try to fall back of, like, it's a failure of communication on my part, getting the information across and across.
having not a lot of trouble imagining it because I've seen those little animations mostly, of the piece. I'm not sure if it would be an amino acid actually, or if it would be a full protein, but the pieces especially that seem to walk across structures and will drag things with them. I'm imagining those little puzzle pieces and just larger and larger forms of that until you start to form these really complex folding structures.
Yeah, I think most
Are
people.
those folding structures? Oh, sorry.
No, I was gonna say, yeah, I think
Are
most
those?
people. Sorry, go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. You think most people what?
I think most people have seen like some of the CGI animations. I think like from Harvard or whatnot of like like sort of like what's going on in the cell, and you see like things like walking across, as my chat is pointing out, motor proteins, as in like, oh, this is what happens, or these are how some things are transported within a cell. And those are totally proteins. Everyone I think, well, virtually everyone knows the double helical structure of DNA, and DNA are composed of nucleic acids along with some other stuff. Like people understand that conceptually, but when it comes to proteins, like there's pretty much like an infinite amount of protein structures, and so it's understandably I think a little bit more difficult to conceptualize. But really, they are a sequence of amino acids, and then based off the sequence, they fold in a particular way, and they can fold in pretty much an infinite different amount of 3D structures.
Actually, going to ask if in an organic context, are they generally repeating, or can they be all over the place? Because I've seen like models of these folded up structures, and they look insane. They look like balls of yarn.
So that is an excellent question. I'll even bring in an example of something I covered recently on stream, of an antifreeze protein. So, on paper, they can pretty much, the amino acids can be arranged in there's an infinite amount of sequences that can be arranged in. But there are certainly patterns and conserved patterns. And this actually holds true. Well, this brings in evolution of like many of the proteins that you find in your body that carry out biological processes. You could find them in E. coli. They won't be the exact same, but certain regions will be conserved. Or certain segments of sequences will be conserved. Whereas like, in this like string of 10 amino acids, it appears to match exactly, in E. coli and in humans. But yeah, so to answer your question, they're usually like repeating, let's say themes or patterns or sequences that are conserved across evolutionary history, which is like that preserves their functions.
Absolutely. Okay, I have brought us down this like really technical rabbit hole, I realize.
So that's the thing. I'm okay. I'm totally okay with that. It's obviously, I understand, maybe not, your audience might not be okay with it, like any direction that you want to go with.
No, I think they're down for just about anything, but I just realized that maybe that was like not what you wanted to talk about. But if you're okay with the technicalities, I'm totally down.
Oh no, I'm totally okay with essentially with whatever. I can't guarantee that I can speak about everything with knowledge, but I'm pretty much like, yeah, any questions that you want to pose, and also just to wrap up, sort of the questions you posed of like, yeah, the sequence, and I brought up the antifreeze protein. But like that one, in that specific example, what was noteworthy about it, it's like what they called in the paper that I covered, alanine rich. Alanine is an amino acid, where it's like, what stood out in this protein is like it has like in series like 10 alanines in a row, which is what you typically like don't see, but it seemed to be pretty unique or special to this particular protein. It was a protein that was actually found in fish that live in freezing temperature water, and that's why it's called an antifreeze protein, because pretty much its function is to basically prevent freezing, as like it's an antifreeze protein.
So you're not talking about chemical antifreeze when you say this. You're
No.
talking about something that is within the structure of cold environment bodies.
Yes, exactly right. That's pretty much
Okay.
where they isolated the protein. Where it's like, oh, well, you have fish that live in freezing temperature waters or close to freezing temperature waters, and but they're obviously they're not frozen. And so like, what keeps them? And this also goes back to even just microorganisms of like bacteria, or if I remember correctly, I could be mistaken, but if I remember correctly, even bacteria can produce some antifreeze proteins because like they're living like in freezing conditions, and yet they are not freezing. So what is preventing them from freezing? And it seems like this class or category of proteins, antifreeze proteins, they appear to have like actually a pretty unique ability of like they have the ability to bind to ice and pretty much like break it down or prevent the formation of ice. And this is also it's attempted to being used in actual human applications, where it's like there might come a time where instead of like using something like salt to prevent the formation of ice on your roads and sidewalks, you might be just like using antifreeze proteins, and I believe it's actually currently being used, again if I remember correctly, in like food production or like the freezing food, where hey, if you don't want your food to freeze or like preserve them in frozen conditions better, I think antifreeze proteins are being harnessed.
And so if I was as a layman to sort of like observe how this works, there's a protein, it's got a certain shape, it's a very special shape, and that shape interacts with the shape of ice in such a way that it keeps the ice from even forming.
Yeah, I think if I remember correctly, it's kind of like two mechanisms, but I think there's a primary one. I believe its primary mechanism, it's an ice binding protein, as in like it can pretty much like bind and interact with ice, and through its binding and interaction with ice, it pretty much like starts to break it down. Which obviously that both breaks down and prevents the formation of ice. And like yeah, you are correct that it's based off of its structure, its unique structure. Is what grants it the ability to bind to ice.
Am I remembering this correctly? I have this piece of trivia that floats around in my head, and it says that the crystalline structure of ice is interesting because it expands when it is frozen rather than contract.
So that this person is absolutely correct. This is pretty much the reason why ice floats on water, where the solid form of it, which is not typical, we're usually something that's when you go from liquid to solid, usually the solid form is more dense, thus it sinks. As opposed to with ice, when you freeze it, it adopts what they call this crystal lattice formation. This is due to the structure of water, where well, people know the molecular the chemical equation of water, H2O, but you have like oxygen in the middle, and then you have on a particular angle two hydrogen atoms, and it's that specific orientation that like when you freeze ice, it adopts what they call a crystal lattice formation, where there's more empty space, and as a result of that
Very neat.
more empty space, it is less dense, and thus ice floats, so it's solid.
Oh, okay, cool. So, okay, so if we are going to be looking at like if we're going to be looking at something like I don't even know what level it would be. I suppose it would be a protein and then amino acids underneath the protein. When you say PCR is amplifying those structures, amplifying it so that we can identify them, I was under the impression. So I'm just trying to sort of like wrap my head around the physical process of like going down to that microscopic structure.
Sure. Although I would want to make the distinction that PCR is exclusively for nucleic acids, not amino acids. Where
Okay.
PCR is specifically for simplicity's sake, just for DNA, that helical structure, that double helical structure. And so like you would not use PCR for any sort of protein-based work. Or
Okay, it's very specific.
yeah, it really is like for amplification of nucleic acids. But I guess for simplicity, DNA specific, DNA or RNA, in more broad terms. But not, yeah, you basically would not use PCR to amplify a protein. Definitely cannot do that at all. But it totally can. It can amplify DNA.
Okay.
It can amplify RNA. Those are its primary. That is the strategy that PCR is used for when it comes to something, let's say, as COVID diagnosis, where you take your nasal swab, and if you're infected, maybe not nasal swab, whatever, your biological fluid swab, and if you're infected, you would be presumably, you'd have viral replication occurring in that sample, and as part of viral replication, you have genetic information of the virus, and so you would subject it to PCR to amplify that genetic information of the virus. And it basically, the thought process is, if you are amplifying viral genetic information, well, then the virus is actively replicating in you, and thus you have the condition, have virus in you. That is generally what PCR is used for: amplification of genetic information, nucleic acids.
A question in the chat. Hold on, doesn't PCR take the amount and multiply it, not amplify? It sounds like that's sort of a different word for the same phrase.
Yeah, like they might be more technically correct. Yeah, they are. It's an exponential multiplication, but you would totally see it in publications of like it's DNA amplification.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So it's a shape that maps onto another shape, and then it takes that shape and it multiplies it out so that it's detectable from a farther out distance.
Yeah. So it's, I guess, so it's not amplification in that you're not zooming in to take a closer look. It's really from, let's say, a small amount, you are generating a crazy amount, actually, like an exponential crazy amount, as in you're starting with like one copy of, let's say starting with like one sheet of paper, and then you are like turning it into like tens of thousands, millions of sheets of paper through a specific process, through that chain reaction process. Well, actually, that
neat.
I mean, I can attempt to break it down, the overall process, like why it's called polymerase chain reaction and why it pretty much just involves fancy heating and cooling. So everyone, like I said, knows the double helix structure of DNA. You can think of them as like sort of, two parallel lines, and DNA can be melted, or as the more technical term, denatured. As in, you have like two DNA strands, they're complementary. Once you heat them, they will separate, okay? And this is pretty much how overall your body copies DNA itself, where a special enzyme / protein comes along. Once you melt them and separate the individual DNA strands, what will happen is the ACK polymerase, or the DNA polymerase, will come in and fill out the blanks, where from like literally one DNA strand, you now have two. But then now those resulting two, you can go through another heating cycle, and then you use the two, they will be amplified to 4, like it's exponential.
Yeah, I'm getting the idea. Erysipeus, hello, friend.
Like, I fully recognize I am not explaining it in the most elegant or comprehensible way. But it really is, like, you just separate the DNA strands, and then you fill in the complementary sequence, without getting bogged down to complementary DNA sequence. But you have your 4 nucleic acids, the A's, the T's, the C's, and the G's. A
Hmm.
binds with T. So pretty much what happens is, let's say you just have that one nucleic acid section. You have an A bound to a T, and this is like one segment on the DNA strand. When you heat it, okay, they will separate where you have now an A and a T, but they are no longer bound together. So that Taq polymerase will come in, and will add an A to the T, and will add a T to the A. Now you have AT and AT twice, and then that if you go through another heating cycle, those two will separate, and it'll just repeat until you tell it to stop. That's essentially what it is in a nut. But again, it's really hard to just in words describe it.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of math involved. There's like obviously physical interactions involved that are way more complex than words can give it credit for. But again, I'm following mostly again because I have seen physical representations of this. But maybe next time I'll bring some visual aids for what I want to ask questions
Yeah,
about.
no, literally.
I'm
like,
I'm just kind of picking Corey's brain at this point. Is really what's happening.
Which is totally, I can't guarantee that there's any brain to pick, but if you think that there is, I will take that as a compliment. But like, yeah, totally. When I've tutored or taught someone PCR, like I'm usually drawing like diagrams, as in like this one particular student that I was tutoring in the past, of like I had to break out the markers and specific colored markers and be like, hey, this is what's like going on. So it's like, yeah, it's I could just be bad at communicating and explaining, but at least it is for me difficult to explain PCR only in words. That just might be an issue with me.
You know, you reminded me that there's only 4. What did you call them?
Nucleic acids, yeah, for the A,
nucleic
T, C, and G.
acids. There's only 4.
Exactly. Yep.
And they repeat in such a crazy little formation.
Yeah, that is like the crazy part where, like on paper, and really on paper, I'm gonna say it's simple, but I'm gonna shoot myself in the foot because I'm not gonna explain it properly. But like, yeah, it's you have your DNA sequence, and it's like, you know, each 3 sets, as in like, let's say, so I can even use an example. So the sequence ATG at the DNA level, that literally means like start, as in like that is what we call the start codon, as in, hey, start the transcription here. Well, I should also maybe expand a little bit of like, you know, going from DNA to protein, the sequence of events. It's like you have DNA that is transcribed to RNA, and then the mRNA or RNA is translated into the protein. That takes on the 3 conformational structure. And literally, if you go back to the DNA, that 3-letter sequence, ATG, that is literally like protein starts here. That literally codes for methionine, the amino acid methionine. So pretty much the ATG gets transcribed to mRNA, where it's no longer ATG, but it's UAG, because mRNA does not have the T. The T gets substituted for that's an aside.
An M.
No, a uridine, or I can't remember, but basically, it's overall still the same 3-letter sequence. It's just like slightly, just with a twist. That's all. But it's still just as the 3 sequence in DNA. It just you have this pretty much. Think of it as a very similar, 75% similar sequence in mRNA, and then the mRNA gets translated into protein. So it goes from like ATG in DNA, and that means start, and that codes for methionine, and then that will get changed to I believe either AUG or UAG mRNA. And then when it comes to the protein, it'll just start with methionine. And yeah, most, if not all proteins will start with amino acid thionine, because it's recognized as start at a DNA level.
It recognizes start. I had never heard that phrasing for it before, but yeah, it just becomes a little self-replicating machine.
Yeah,
But it has to start somewhere. To
exactly.
start with that first machine.
And just as you have a start, you have stop as well, and that's what they're referred to in whatever textbooks. Like you have the start codon, ATG. You have, but there's, instead of just one start codon, you have 3 stop codons, which if I remember correctly, it's TAG, EGA, and TAA. Where it's like, yeah, just as you have start, hey, protein starts here, you have stop. There just happen to be 3 of them, where it's like protein stops here.
Wow. And I would assume that has reasons built into whatever they're trying to stop.
Yeah, they're trying to
just talking it out for myself.
No, you're absolutely correct, where it's like, yeah, you want to stop translation here. And that is actually that's actually one of the issues that results in certain diseases and conditions, or certain deleterious effects, where, so if that stop codon, if there's some changes at the DNA level, which totally happens for a variety of reasons, mutation, etc., where, yeah, if a change occurs at the DNA level, where it's like, oh, originally this is supposed to be the sequence TGA, which means stop, and for whatever reason, it's no longer TGA, it's something else. It's no longer recognized as a stop codon. It will totally, like, it'll just, instead of the actual stop, it'll just continue on. And that totally happens, and it has potentially very deleterious effects. If a stop codon is no longer recognized as stop, you pretty much get the wrong protein, or not the intended protein. And if you don't get the intended protein, there's potentially, you can have mild effects or very serious lethal effects, depending on which particular protein you're talking about.
Oh, wow. Yeah, all sorts of things come up in my brain when you talk about, like, something like a cancer, like an unstoppable amount of growth, because that stop is not recognized.
Yeah, exactly. You can have totally things, well, yeah, totally cancer, change at the DNA level are totally a thing as part of that.
And when you talk about the replication process, and we bring up that there are these 4 pieces, obviously those pieces go down into even more delicate little pieces, but we'll keep it at 4. These particular pieces of DNA repeat in such a structure that it becomes a self-replication machine at that point that can also tell itself when to stop. It's insanely wild. So when I, again, as a layman, think about this, I think about the first swirling amino acids in the fucking primordial soup, right? Yeah. That happened to string together in this formation. And I think about just how, like, perhaps statistically unlikely is a good assertion that would be. Do you think about that?
Yeah, totally. So there's great, it's probably a little bit dated now. I don't know if you can still find it. There's a great documentary, 3-part documentary, from BBC, called The Cell. But I think it's at least like 10-15 years old now. Whether it still holds up today, probably not. Although the fundamentals, I think, are still there in terms of, like, they try to go through the origins of, like, the first cell. Because like, it seems like a very statistically unlikely thing to occur. Whereas you're sort of correctly pointing out, where it's like, in that primordial soup or ooze, it's like you just have swirling around, you know, it's sort of like use a very rough analogy. Like, you just happen to have, you know, whatever, sugar and eggs and a bunch of whatever other baking ingredients, and then for whatever reason a cake happens. it's like doesn't usually like there's a very specific recipe to like bake a cake. So it's like, yeah, it seems rather unlikely, but there are some pretty cool experiments that this documentary covers, where I'm sure there have been advancements that have occurred since the documentary, since it's pretty old. But there have been pretty cool experiments where they try to replicate sort of like what they think, early life conditions or early Earth conditions would be. Of like, hey, if you have some water and just like the right amount of, nucleic acids or organic molecules, if you maybe get like, the right strike of lightning, you might have the formations of some like nucleic acids. Maybe from there's a snowball effect. Where like it looks like some of the researchers were able to kind of, as best they can, sort of simulate, early Earth or early life conditions, where if you just apply, some heat and simulate lightning, it looks like you might be able to synthesize or result in what maybe looks like the early nucleic acids, maybe. And I think, to be mistaken, but I think the hypothesis is, even though people know DNA and DNA is the blueprint, I think current working hypothesis is that actually early life was more mRNA based, single-stranded RNA based, if I remember correctly, but I could be mistaken about that.
I actually remember reading fairly recently in the last couple of years about people proposing that our mRNA perhaps was the precursor to DNA and not the other way around.
Yeah, that is my memory. That's what my memory is saying as well. Where I believe, again, the working hypothesis is that, even though in ourselves and virtually every other biological organism, DNA is what's replicated, and that's what gets passed on when your cells, replicate and divide. I believe it's hypothesized that the mRNA and the RNA was like the first self-replicating molecule. As in, you didn't start with DNA and then DNA replicated. So you started with RNA and RNA replicated. And again, I think the hypothesis is that DNA evolved as sort of a protection mechanism, in that DNA can withstand more error or more mistakes than RNA. As in, like, if you have mistakes occurring at an RNA level, there's potentially way more potential for deleterious outcomes. So if you have, if you've evolved sort of, double-stranded DNA, I think the thought process is like, basically, you can withstand more errors and things happening. Like, if you have two copies of the same book, you can technically do away with one of the books and still have all the information, right?
Yeah. Hyperwebsters, man. All you need is the A, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Oh, wow. That is wild. Have you ever seen like the Vsauce episode on hyperwebsters or anything like that?
I have not.
I think it's called the Bonnar-Kowarski paradox.
But I totally know the Vsauce channel, but I actually don't consume as much of the content that I would like.
Yeah. Oh, it's a slog sometimes to sit down for a 2-hour video or whatever. But yeah, there's that hyperwebster idea for people in the crowd. The idea is that if you take every possible combination of letters and you start with A, all you have to do to have every possible combination of letters in the entirety of existence, theoretically, is to start with A and then shave off all of the A's. Shave off all of the first A's, and it creates an entire dictionary of every possible, human language possibility.
Oh yeah, wow.
Really,
that's super
theoretical,
cool.
weird stuff.
Yeah, that does not seem intuitive, but like I can totally. Well, that is a thing.
Yeah.
So.
Because you're just cutting off that first A, and then you're you're creating the whole hyperweb store, but you can do the same thing with the bee, and you can do the same thing with everything else. It kind of reminds me of the Hilbert's Hotel, I think is what it's called, the Infinity Paradox, where all you have to do is scoot down. You just got to scoot down one more. There's always infinitely more rooms.
I'm gonna have to
So
look
every
that
time
up.
someone new moves into the hotel, every time someone new moves into the hotel, everybody just scoots down one more.
Yeah. That also
Yeah.
totally tracks and makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It's wild. Like, I feel almost a sense of like giddiness when I think about information that relates to paradoxes and infinities and things like that. It gives me like this weird, like bubbly feeling of like, oh shit, things are weird. Meaning and information are strange.
Yeah, absolutely. And if I may ask, well, obviously,
Mm.
don't answer anything that you don't want to answer. But like, yeah, is there something that drives your curiosity? Or it's like, well, you're obviously interested, in a variety of topics. And I'm curious in terms of like your background, as in like, is this like a recent development, or you've always been curious and you gravitate towards the sciences, or it's just like curious about everything?
So just I'll run you through it real quick. I graduated high school 10 years ago, I believe 11 years ago this year. I had no idea what I wanted to go to school for, and so even though I was set up to, I just didn't go to school. And I owe most of this curiosity to a person that I dated who was a mathematics graduate student. And he really could speak to me about things like hyperspheres and shit like that in a way that I can understand. And I eventually went on to just absolutely devote myself at some points in my life to just researching whatever I could find on pure maths and surprisingly, as I got into it, this has all been around 7 years ago that this really caught on and rolled off into like an obsession or a passion or whatever. Probably passion is a better word. I think it was probably around 7 or 8 years ago now, but I can't see myself doing anything else other than just continuing to learn about this sort of thing. And what's really cool is that I also kind of landed into Twitch, and so the philosophy thing, like angle, became a thing that I was making content about, because politics is just philosophy in action. And so if I didn't want to talk about pure politics, I could just talk about philosophy. What's so cool is that there are people like Hofstadter, like Douglas Hofstadter, who take the cutting edge of science and they meld it with what we know about pure information like logic and maths. And he almost builds a philosophy out of it. He builds a reference point for the average human out of these building blocks of very strange, often looping characteristics of information.
Okay.
And he's yeah, okay, I went on a
No,
big diatribe
like,
with that, but yeah,
that's not a
basically.
no, don't say it's a diatribe, because like that's also like, I just have more questions. Like,
Oh, okay.
This is all super interesting to me. Just because like, yeah, people's relationship, well, let's say curiosity, or knowledge, or philosophy, is like always super, because like I totally come across people that just don't care, where like, yeah, what results in passion is always super interesting, where yeah, it seems like, well, whether a passion was cultivated or was always there, obviously, like, hard to say. But it seems like, you know, maybe you always had this, but you just didn't know it. And it's just like through kind of like, maybe not truly random, but some sort of like happenstance. Like, oh, you got exposed to this. It seems like very advanced math. And then as a result of that, that was like a springboard into like so many other things. Right? Unless you've always had like a passion for philosophy and politics. That didn't seem to be the case, at least based off of how you described it.
I didn't have a passion for anything other than just survival, I guess.
Totally fair.
I I was not in a position to discover all of these things about myself, but I do. There are some like shining examples of like, oh, I should have always probably been geared towards STEM, and I just was pushed away from it because I live in the South and I'm a female. Essentially, like, people tell you explicitly just to go to college to get your MRS and get married. Like,
Yeah, which that I can only speak for myself, but that is like heartbreaking to hear. But I mean, it totally makes sense given probably like what I understand from what I can tell that you're surrounded by. But what I can say is I've totally encountered students who well, like, despite the discouragement, as in like I've literally had this conversation with a former student, where it's like, yeah, he was telling me of like, you know, my high school teacher, this is at the point where I'm teaching them like advanced biochemistry, and they were totally telling me like how, like, yeah, like a teacher who's also a woman said like, yeah, you shouldn't go into the sciences, you're not going to cut it, almost as like a nephew to them. They continued on, and like they made it.
mhm.
And I live in a major city, and generally a pretty progressive, probably generally speaking, pretty left-leaning province, Quebec. And even then, that type of yeah, horrible stuff still occurs. So I can only imagine it's probably even worse given your circumstances.
Oh yeah, it was wild because I was doing pageants at the time that I was graduating high school. I was going to pay for college that way through scholarships that you could win doing Miss America pageants. And I was essentially told, go into journalism like all of the other pageant girls. It'll be easy. You're cute and you can talk in front of a screen was like my mom's almost exact words. And I could have done it. I definitely could have done it, but I just, something in me is not capable of really committing to something and just finishing something that I know is not going to be worth the effort. That might be the spectrum in me or something like that. Like, I just feel really strange that I essentially quit college and I said to myself, I am not going to go back unless I absolutely have to. And then I find what's literally like my passion in life, and something that on some level actually helps me spiritually, like something that grounds me in the mystery, you know, which is sort of the oxymoron of the deal, right?
100%.
And it happens to be something that in order to research and in order to have any further amount of growth at this point in my life, I have to go to college and major in either physics or mathematics. Those are the two things that I'm the most interested in the entire world, and I have to go to college to do that. Like, it's not a fucking trade school. Like, come on.
Yeah. And as much as no, I'm in academia and I've been in academia for a long time, and this totally relates to, let's say, you know, passion and what is passion, one's relationship to a passion that you have, and maybe a roller coaster ride of passion, where I'm gonna probably maybe go on my own diatribe of, like, you know, I'm entrenched in the sciences, and that goes back to as far back I can remember. where, you know, I grew up with whatever, Bill Nye the Science Guy, and the lesser known Beakman's World, which I think very few people would remember. And like I pretty much
I
like
think I do remember them.
pretty much like always excelled in the sciences and gravitated towards that, starting at an early age, from elementary school and high school. But also what you brought up, in terms of like, even though I, let's say, excelled in these things, I don't know that I think it's fair to say, in retrospect, I don't know that I recognize it as a passion at the time. Although part of that was, so even though, like I said, I'm in the sciences now, I'm studying the sciences now, I technically started, sort of, at least in my higher education, or my early days of higher education, I started in the social sciences, as in like pretty much like the humanities, like some sociology, psychology, etc., etc. And it's only later did I transition into the science, or a little bit later did I transition into the sciences. Part of that was driven by well, yeah, health challenges that I was facing at the time. Pretty much when I got diagnosed, I don't know if I shared it with you, or I don't expect you to know, but like, yeah, I have Crohn's disease, and I was diagnosed at around 11, 12, so towards late high school, and that was like, till this day, still a roller coaster ride. Back then, way more of a roller coaster ride. And like, yeah, pretty much, to pretty much use your words, back then I was more focused on survival, and just trying to get my health on track. Where it's like, when it came to like make the decision, like, oh, you've graduated high school, what do you want to pursue after high school? It's like, I don't know. I'll start in social science, and it was only from there did it clue in that, oh, I should probably go into the science. But even then, my passion, or my relationship to sciences, is super complicated. Where it's like, yeah, I'm in the sciences in academia, and I also have professional experience, and I have this roller coaster ride. Yeah, what is passion? I like sciences, but I don't like the way science is done in university or in private entities. And so it's like, well, then you have a passion for it, but you don't like anywhere that it's practiced. What do you do with that?
I see. So what are you doing about that particular problem, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, if you have an answer to that question, because I don't have an answer to that question, I'll take any, because like, yeah, it's, and I'll even bring in my health and fitness side, where it's like, you know, I have experience as a personal trainer and take my health very seriously, but even then, that's a mixed relationship. Not a mixed relationship to health and fitness. That is always there. But then, like, I'm no longer a personal trainer because I don't like, sort of, or at least I have mixed feelings about that industry. Not really about health and fitness, but it's mostly about, you know, fulfilling societal expectations of how one should look. And yeah, I don't get much enjoyment or fulfillment out of coaching a client that just wants to, you know, whatever, get a six-pack for the vacation that they're going on. No judgment on those people that have those goals, but that's just like not what I'm interested in coaching or training. And, you know, no surprise, that's a bad business model. If you want to make money as a personal trainer, and you're willing to reject clients saying, hey, you know, I guess good for you that you have those goals, but I don't really have much interest training you. Or at least...
Very picky about your clients at that point, yeah.
Yeah, which... yeah, I fully grant. Bad business model. And again, this is not to judge anyone's goals. They're just not in alignment with mine, per se. In that doesn't fill me all that much. So I guess to use an example, I love sharing information. I love teaching. And I have a decent amount of teaching and tutoring experience, but I will always prefer the student that comes to me. Let's say when I was holding office hours, I will always spend as much time with the student saying, "Hey, help me understand this, help me learn this," as opposed to the student that says, "Hey, just give me the answer to this problem." It's like, no, I want to learn something and understand the concepts. Great, but I'm not just an answer.
Yeah. This is not just your paycheck at this point. Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's a huge issue in the education system in particular.
And you know, understandably, not every student, responds. Some students get very frustrated, or they understandably feel entitled to me being an answer giver because I'm being paid by the university as whatever a teaching assistant.
Mhm.
It's like, well, hey, why aren't you giving me the answer? Well, it's like teaching assistant, not an answer giver. Uh, but I also recognize that some students they generally don't. For some courses, they just want to fulfill the degree requirements, which is totally fine. But again, those don't align with my interests. And it's like, well, this is just the way I want to teach and share information. Take it or leave it, kind of thing. Again,
Mhm.
understandably, not everyone responds positively to that.
Absolutely. I have tried to get into university once since dropping out the first time, and the bureaucracy of university really pushed me out. Um just not having like resources to tell you exactly how to do everything from financial aid all the way to making sure that you make it to class. Like, just every aspect of it was so very very strange and difficult. um it's like having a job that nobody trains you for. And I feel like the people who thrive in that environment might tend to also be the people to just say, let me get my degree requirements and get out of here, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%. And I can empathize to a large extent of like navigating university or academia. Definitely not easy. Or virtually never easy. And even though they'll say on paper uh, that the university will help you, obviously I'm coming from a Canadian perspective, and my experience in Canadian universities, but I think they are very similar to many whatever United States universities. But like, yeah, financial barriers, huge thing that I recognize. That it's like, yeah, it, it sort of to what you brought up earlier of like you have these passions, um, and it seems like if you want to cultivate or pursue these passions, in if I remember correctly, mathematics and physics, you have to go to
Mhm.
university. Uh, and like
Yeah.
I think that's kind of a sad state of affairs. Where it's like you have these passions, and if this is the only one avenue, um, quote unquote, accessible to you, or probably the more this is the only option available or possible. I think that is yeah, that is not a good thing. And that is something that I myself am wrestling with or grappling with, where it's like, to be a scientist, or let's say to be a scientist in the upper echelons of science, you need those three letters, your name, that
Mhm.
PhD next to your name. And I don't
Oh,
see that
and
as a good thing, uh, where I'm gonna sound super arrogant, but it's like, and this may very well extend and apply to myself. But those three letters, I knew this before, but it's becoming ever more and more apparent that those three letters only mean so much, and in many cases, like, mean absolutely nothing. Of like, yeah, your business card, your credentials say you're an expert in this, or like, you're a great scientist. Uh, but then my assessment, and I might be the ignorant or naive one, like there's something lacking there.
It got to a point, and this is where I sound pretentious, but it literally got to a point probably about 2-3 years ago, around the time right before COVID hit, I guess, which is now 3 years ago. I got to a point where I was doing research on, in particular, I think it was the possibility of like 4D connectivity in entangled particles and like non-spatial dimensions and stuff like that. I was trying to do some, I don't know, just like looking up in some scientific journals, and I started to realize a lot of the stuff that I wanted to read was behind these huge paywalls. And
Absolutely.
it has this handy little thing that says, type in your university to get free access to this journal. Like, I don't have a university right now, and you want to charge me $500 a year.
Yeah, or for that one article, just like 40 or $50 for like whatever, some
Yes.
5-page art. It's crazy. And I can talk forever about the publishing model and like the crazy profits that these journals make off of largely like free or cheap labor. At the end of the day, the boots on the ground work is being done by grad students who are pretty much paid less than minimum.
From what I understand, you in certain programs you have to publish something to get your PhD, and so they're essentially slaving away just to get something published. I don't imagine they're asking for money for it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's so. It seems like, again, I'm only coming from my Quebec/Canadian perspective of like it seems like expectations or requirements to graduate are just getting higher and higher. Where it's like, yeah, I can only speak from, let's say, my sort of field and discipline, where, yeah, you generally need to publish something, usually at least kind of like get 2 publications, if not 3, in order to like defend your thesis. As opposed to go back like 20-30 years ago, that wasn't really the case. Where like, as I think these days, generally speaking, it depends on the field, obviously, but I'll just speak about the life sciences in general, where if like, yeah, if you are graduating from a PhD program with 0 publications in an academic peer-reviewed journal, there are questions.
And Admiral Love, who is a beloved commenter on the channel, says the idea of a PhD is that you're at the forefront of the field. I think it's reasonable to expect a PhD candidate to publish. I completely agree. I'm simply talking about them not getting paid properly for their cutting edge research.
So I know Admiral Love, their username. I don't know their background. But whether it's a reasonable expectation, like that is the thing of like, you are at the bleeding edge. Like, yeah, that is the principle of the PhD, is like you are contributing something novel. You're an explorer, essentially. It's like you are discovering something new. But so on principle, the sentiment holds true. It just so happens that what you're discovering in science, you are mostly discovering the vast majority of the time, like, what does not work. As in, like, 90 to 95% of what you try in the lab does not work. And we don't, if it's a reason, if you want to uphold the standard of, like, to publish, and we're okay with publishing null or negative findings, then I don't have an issue with that. But it just so happens that the vast majority of publications, you only publish what works. And it's only pretty much, it's not necessarily what's novel. It's novel with the asterisks of, this is novel and it works. Where what you generally see published is like, this has worked. This is the positive thing that worked. But you do not see the literally, hundreds, if not thousands, of trials that didn't work, that are not published. As in, I can even speak for myself. Literally, what I'm trying to do right now could have been attempted by someone else. But since it didn't work for that other person and wasn't published, literally, I could be going down a dead end and not know it. So I would agree with you on paper, to expect a publication of something novel is a reasonable expectation, provided that people are okay with like, hey, we tried this, it didn't work. But turns out the academic journals don't really care all that much about it, or at least like virtually zero interest.
Oh my goodness. Yes, that is something that actually brings to mind the fact that I did a bunch of cursory research a couple of weeks ago on air purification towers in New Delhi, in Delhi. I'm not sure if it's New Delhi or Delhi, in India, essentially. And they're just these tall towers with air purification shit on top of it. And I'm seeing all of this like aggregate research and articles that are saying, well, this has really been debunked and it only does it for a small area, up to 30 towers of this type, spread out across a whole city really are going to do negligible difference as far as quote unquote air purification. But you go to the studies, and each individual study has, first of all, a lot of speculation as to how something could work. I did see several speculative studies, but there were other studies that were like, well, it worked in this particular condition when we did it in a closed room. And that shit gets published.
100%. Where I think you are hitting the nail on the head, and that is the disconnect. And here I'll attempt to like relate it to like a little bit of a real world example. Even though I'm not a fan of this person, Elon Musk, they have SpaceX. Recently, I can't remember the name of like their supermassive rocket, but that was like the noteworthy example. Like, oh, they tested this rocket and it blew up, and everyone was understandably quick to point out like that is part of the process. Something failing. But people, even though I'm not a fan of them, like people were like pointing out, Elon Musk or like his company SpaceX tested this and it didn't work. Like that is part of the process. Where like if we're okay with publishing, like, hey, we tested out this rocket and it blew up. If that results in a publication, then I agree with you. Like that is a good thing. But it turns out we're not okay. Or at least current academic journals are not okay. We're like, hey, you want to publish that you tested this rocket and it blew up? They're not okay with that type of publication. And this contributes to the replication crisis that is not only in psychology but is in the life sciences. Where like I've literally had the experience of like taking a published methodology of like, hey, I was trying to do something, and it turns out another research group has done it, and so it's like, hey, they published it. Let's pretty much follow their recipe and see if I get the exact same cake. And like, turns out like it didn't work, and that is pretty standard. I think virtually, if you come across any life science researcher, they will share their experience of like, yeah, we've tried this methodology, even though it was published and they say it works, we couldn't get it to work. And that is what you brought up with your air purifier example. Like that is also pretty standard, where it's like, again, like I said, the vast majority of things that you try, at least in the life sciences, like 95% do not work. And usually they do not work for reasons that we have like no idea of what's going on. But then once we do get it to work, and we just get it to work one time, well, what they'll say, what will very often happen, sadly, is like, oh, we got the result that we want and it worked. Well, we'll just go with that. It worked under these perfect conditions. And we're not going to take the time to repeat it in our due diligence because they run the risk of, like, if they try to repeat it and it doesn't work, they don't want to expose that. So they'll go with, like, that one working data set and they'll go and publish that. This is one of the reasons why, people like myself and other researchers, if we take published methodologies, like published recipes, and we go and try it, we don't get the same thing. Because, like, turns out, like, yeah, in that one time, under those whatever perfect conditions, this research group was able to get it work. And since, just as academic journals, they don't care about publishing negative findings, they also don't care about publishing reproducible findings, as in it's not noteworthy to them of, like, hey, this research group tried something, and now this other research group is trying the exact same thing. You cannot publish that. It's not a publication to say, hey, we tried the exact same thing that this other research group did, and, thumbs up, we can say that it works. Journal, they only care about actual novel things. And the reproducibility factor is not novel enough, even though that is a pillar, or it's supposed to be on paper a pillar of the entire scientific endeavor. But journals don't care about reproducibility, or at least independent reproducibility. And so research groups, what they will do, pretty much using your example of what you gave, of, like, yeah, under these picture perfect conditions, it happens to work, and then we just go with that.
So when I was probably a kid, I remember this pretty clearly. I was in my granny's front room and I was listening to the TV, and they mentioned something. This is in the early 2000s. They mentioned something about the God particle. And obviously this is talking about the Higgs boson field. What we now know to be a field, and which, the particle is the dip in that field, essentially, but it's both. It's whatever. So it's essentially the pressure point, to put it very, very lightly. I know that we sometimes have physicists in chat. You guys are completely free to just slap me on the wrist for this terrible introduction. But the Higgs field is the area of physics where energy has the possibility to plop into a mass, something like a particle. It's much, much, much more nuanced than that, I guarantee you. But I remember them announcing this in, like, 2008 or earlier, right? It was on television, it was on 60 Minutes, it was a whole thing. Well, it turns out that probably 4 times in my life since then, we're now in 2023, I have heard on the news, we discovered the God particle.
Right, yeah.
And it's because of exactly what you were talking about, where these people found it in a very isolated, unreproducible situation. And it took until literally last year for it to be recognized as an officially reproducible thing. And I'm not sure what the academic word for it would be, but it became recognized as something that people do have the possibility to view if they go through the correct conditions.
Right, kind of like not an actual technical term, but like a seal of approval, or like stamp of approval. Well, hey, like, this is a thing.
Yeah.
It appears to be, like, real. Which, like, if that is actually happening in physics, I would say that, at least that, it hints to me that maybe physics is doing a better job of the reproducibility aspect. Because, like, that seems like a good thing of, like, if more due diligence is done in the physics world when it comes to reproducibility, that is probably, not probably, it is a good thing. What I can say is, like, in the life sciences, that is really generally, like, not occurring.
Oh, you know something that actually, like, kind of changed my life, and it has to do with your field. A few years ago, I watched this Royal Institution talk on YouTube on quantum biology. And it explained that things as big as, like, proteins have the possibility to do little bitty jumps to places where they shouldn't technically be able to physically be. Like, just popping into weird little places. And it was interesting. The apex of the talk was the question, are we working on a fundamentally quantum biology where our biology is planned to do that? Or rather, and this is the more likely option, he said, it is the case that we generally work on a normal, quote unquote normal physical level. And the little pops and the little like very tiny particle movements are things that our body just works around. It doesn't really want to do that. It's a bug, not a feature kind of thing.
Okay. So this is totally novel information to me, although it shouldn't surprise me. I probably should have known better. I didn't know that quantum biology was a thing, but it actually totally, like, at the end of the day, well, you are almost certainly way more well versed in physics than I am. But it all comes down, at least physics is the fundamental science, right? I mean, whatever. Biology is just whatever macrochemistry, and chemistry is just like physics at a different level. I can totally, at least it tracks that quantum biology is a thing, since whatever. If you zoom in close enough, like proteins, just like all matter, they're made of atoms and whatever atomic particles and subatomic particles. So I guess I'm totally pretty ignorant on quantum physics or quantum mechanics. Where I'll totally defer to you, or you're probably like way more well versed. But yeah, it totally makes sense.
We defer only to the Royal Institution. This did come out. It came out, it says, in February 2015, and I watched it a couple of years ago, and it really like ignited. Before that very video, actually, I had been more of a pure maths person, and there was something about that video that spurred me into like, oh, physics is really cool too, not necessarily like, but I always say biology is too squishy. Like there's something about the more intangible physics, like, I don't know, somewhere in between particles and actual cellular movement. That's where I think I want to stay.
Yeah, teach totally. You like what you like. I'm curious when you say squishy. I don't know exactly what you mean. Or I'm curious, like
Reficules put in the chat, messy and chaotic. Like,
oh yeah, okay.
I don't know.
No, you're absolutely right. It is messy and chaotic. 100%. This is not to say, well, although this might just be a matter of perspective, where it's like, I think myself, I might characterize physics, or at least, like I said, I'm pretty ignorant on whatever, quantum mechanics, quantum physics, whatever, where that seems, at a very surface level, to my limited understanding, like chaotic and messy, but maybe I just don't know enough about it.
No, you're absolutely right. It's entirely preferential on my part. I think what it really is that I was always averse to medicine because I always knew that, like, being a doctor or being someone who actively goes out there and like, I don't want to say like cuts people up, but like dealing with the alive, intact, talking at you human body on a medical level is so awful sounding to me.
Yeah.
I never even really considered technical, like, biotechnology or anything like that, because of course I didn't really know that was a thing until a couple of years ago. But
you might like, I mean, I'm totally speculating. Have you heard of the branch of biology, synthetic biology?
No, that's interesting.
That might be, I don't want to like falsely brand it, because that is totally messy, at least from my perspective. But it might be, you might think of it as the less squishy biology, where it's pretty much, synthetic biology is just, generally speaking, I'm not a synthetic biologist. I've actually done a fair amount other I'm pretty well versed in it. It's pretty much the combination of biology and engineering, where it's pretty much engineering organisms for like whatever multitude of purposes. And I was a consultant for a synthetic biology competition called iGEM, the International Genetically Engineered Machine Competition, for undergraduate students. But it's like, yeah, literally, given what we know about, genes and genetic manipulation, it's like, oh, can we harness this? So one of the applications that I know of, that, let's say, I know of the researchers, and they're sort of like whatever loose colleagues of mine, so to speak, or former colleagues, I guess I should say. It's like, in the context of biomanufacturing, of like, so what do I mean by that? Oh, use the example of whatever cannabis and growing cannabis plants, where it's like, okay, as of right now, our current conventional method of getting access, at least, well, I'm also coming from a Canadian perspective where cannabis is legal countrywide. But so one of the ways of pretty much getting access to cannabis, or the compounds, all the myriad of compounds or molecules that are in the cannabis plant, we grow it, and we grow it and process it. But there are currently, there are multiple whatever public and private entities pretty much trying to engineer, for example, yeast, to pretty much manufacture the cannabis compounds that we desire, or even more customized ones. Of like, hey, maybe we don't have to wait. I have no idea how long it takes to grow a cannabis plant, but I imagine it's on the order of days or months. Or you might be able to, in a matter of like hours or days, get all the cannabis you want from pretty much just like a vat of yeast.
Oh, Reficule's in the chat. I did some biotechnology. Is that the same field? Like making bacteria produce human insulin, for example?
Yeah, that is totally part of it, for sure. That might be the early days of synthetic biology, of like harnessing. I do that myself as well, in terms of like, since I'm a biochemist and work with proteins. The proteins that I work with, I just grow them in E. coli, and I just kind of extract them from there. But like, yeah, the advent of human insulin, who I believe, Herbert Boyer, Genentech, Canadian. But like, yeah, that was pretty revolutionary at the time, because, yeah, for the longest time, I think we were using pig insulin, or pretty much non-human insulin, which technically works, but there are understandable challenges of using a different organism's insulin, since there's the potential for an allergic reaction. And so it's like, well, then how do we get human insulin? Where, the genes or the information get human insulin, it's in us humans. So like what was generally done, at least in the early days, I don't know if that's how it's done now, but it's like, oh, well, you can just take the gene for human insulin, so the instructions to make human insulin, put it in bacteria, and you'll just have bacteria make it, and you can just extract it from there. And I think that was pretty much what Genentech did, or something similar to that. I do know Genentech was the company that was like, pretty much was like the first to market human insulin.
Wow.
And that is pretty much
incredibly expensive.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. But so that was the early days. But totally that doesn't justify, at least of what I know, of the cost of insulin now in the United States, where like as of right now, this is pretty old technology of getting bacteria to produce insulin. Like that is technically something, if I had access to the right materials, I can do that myself in whatever, a couple of weeks at most.
Yeah. If the Silk Road still existed, you could get this mailed to your doorstep tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm like virtually 100% sure that is not the justification for the current price of insulin in the United States, if I remember correctly. And that
Yeah.
is totally. I have a lot of thoughts, passionate thoughts about whatever the price of drugs, etc., etc.
Oh yes. Oh, did we haven't talked yet about that Amgen?
I believe
sure how to
Amgen,
pronounce it.
probably. Actually, I don't know for sure, but I would
Amgen.
suspect
Okay.
most of
We'll
the
go with Amgen.
most of the GE and in biotech, it's pronounced Gen.
True. Yeah, they're trying to not merge. I think they're trying to acquire Horizon Therapy, getting sued by the FTC,
Yes.
which is apparently the first time the FTC has done this in like a decade.
Which doesn't doesn't surprise. Yeah, I've only read like a couple articles about it. I actually do follow. Well, so I do follow the drug pipeline pretty closely, or the pharmaceutical industry, but mostly in relation, for my own selfish purposes, in relation to my own disease, Crohn's disease, where it's like I generally know what's in the pipeline and the development for that. But like this did seem to be pretty noteworthy, in that I think like this is the first time that the FTC like has stepped in like 40 or 50 years, if I remember reading correctly. And it seems like the motivation is to prevent, or at least reduce the chances of a monopoly, or like all in the name of preserving competition. If I remember correctly.
I'm sorry, I'm slightly distracted. I think my whole stream just blooped in and out of existence.
Oh yeah,
and back into existence.
Totally understandable. But if I cut out, like, let me know. I have no problem repeating.
Oh, you only cut out for a second. You're good. Hey, Hidetsugu. Yeah. What we've been talking about with Corey, if you're just joining us, also Socrates, thank you so much for the raid. We have been talking about a variety of things, primarily related to exactly what Corey does on a very finite level with the building, not what Corey does, but what Corey knows about the building blocks of DNA. And it sort of took a philosophic turn at some point back there. And we talked about the school system, the system of academia that keeps everybody trapped in the sciences. That's pretty much what it's been up to this point. Yeah.
And also shout out to Socrates.
But
they have their PhD in, I think, biology or like biostats or something. I could be mistaken, but I do know that they have their PhD in like computational biology or something to that effect.
Yes, something computational biology. He says in the chat.
Yeah,
fabulous. Yes, that's so cool. Which is pretty close. Fairly close, from what I understand, to what we were talking about earlier with the possibility of AI being able to predict protein strands. I don't even know if I said that right.
There are totally strands. Well, the amino acid strand is totally a thing. But like, yeah, predict protein structures is be the appropriate.
Predict protein structures. Yes, there we go. And we decided, Socrates, that you still have your job, by the way, because that's way far off. They won't be able to do that for a long time. Oh my goodness. And something else that I wanted to highlight for this stream, you guys, we did not only do news before Corey got here, but we did meet our quota for one good news story a day. We have to have at least one good news story.
I think that is a great philosophy. And that is sort of something, at least, I'll probably carry this forward. But so for the month of May, which month of May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And so like, yeah, my goal for this month, although I was doing this anyway before May, but like, yeah, one scientific article or scientific research in the vein of like mental health, and like maybe hopefully helpful research that you might be able to implement for your mental health. Like I go over some of the research when it comes to self-compassion, gratitude, etc.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. Hey, Corey.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel about coming back to the channel another day and continuing this conversation a little bit longer?
Yeah,
Because
absolutely.
my PC just blinked. The whole thing just blinked. I feel like maybe I have too much stuff going on for what it can currently take in its little PC brain. So
Totally
I think
fair.
I'm gonna have to stop the stream for the day.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
absolutely. Believe me, I totally understand technical issues. Even though I've been streaming for a decent amount of time, I'm always encountering like new and technical issues or even connection issues that only seem to come out when I'm streaming. 99% of the
Yeah.
time when I'm using my internet, no connection issues. As soon as I go live, my internet no longer wants to cooperate. So I totally empathize.
I did the stupid thing, the thing you should never do, and I completely what did I do? Oh, I upgraded to the newest version of OBS minutes before going on stream.
I've made that classic mistake many, many times.
Here, baby, it's Potato. You guys get to see Potato before we head out. Potato. Welcome. Corey, I don't know if you can see him. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay.
Out on Potato
I'm assuming that's a cat, but it could be a dog.
Yes, he is a cat.
And also on the topic of cats, totally at some point, probably in the next like week or so. This has been in preparation for a while. I'm totally gonna, even though I love all animals, both dogs and cats. I'm a little more of a cat person. But I'm totally like in the process of like preparing a stream of like the scientific case of why cats are better than dogs.
Wow, I want to see that. That sounds so fun. Like the full case.
Yeah. Court case gonna bring in the research, even though there's not a lot of research. And there's also a great documentary, not documentary, but casual documentary on Netflix. I think it's called like Inside the Mind of Cats, where it's like, it seems like, cats have kind of been like underestimated or like mischaracterized as antisocial, because it turns out cats are pretty sociable, and they are trainable, and they do actually form attachments to humans.
Yeah, all of it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, when are you planning on having that?
I'm probably going to announce it in my Discord, but I'm hoping, if not like this weekend, next week. But I'm really trying to like make sure that I've collected quite a bit of research, but I'm always on the hunt for more of like, it's going to be my most important stream ever. My cats have been, I'm always saying that jokingly. But I love all animals.
I love that. Yay! I like cats the best though.
Yeah, so I've grown up with both, but I just give the edge to cats. It's like 55% in favor of cats, maybe 60-40 at most.
Oh, and people are begging me, Hidetsugu is begging me to actually shout you out properly. And so we'll send you the little shout out thing, but if you would like, go ahead and just tell the people who you are and what you got going on, man.
Well, first of all, yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much for inviting me. And also, yeah, whenever you want to chat again, totally down. I love chats like this. As much as I, let's say, appear on panels with a crowd of people, which there's some enjoyment that I get from that. Totally prefer like one-on-one and diving more in depth to topics, and actually getting to know a person. But yeah, I'm Corey Campbell. You can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv CoreyCampbell84. I'm a biochemist, and I cover science and research. And I have done workout streams, but they are on hold for now. And I do health and fitness stuff. I'm kind of all over, and I also do research on why cats are better than dogs. I'm obviously all over the place. But pretty much
the good stuff.
Exactly, science and news. And I also cover topics that people bring up in the Discord. where I'm pretty much like open to anything if I feel like I can speak with any sort of confidence about it. Very often, if it's a topic that I'm not confident about, I'll just be like, well, I'm just going to read this paper from beginning to end, and I'll just let you form your own opinion.
Thank you so much, Corey.
Well, and
I
also,
appreciate you.
even though like I'm a much smaller content creator than you are, I think you should introduce yourself. Although I think pretty much anyone that's in your audience is probably in my audience. But like, who are you? And you know, your content.
I am Johnny. Hi. If you haven't seen me before, I'm an educational streamer. So I focus my content around things that I think are useful or interesting, such as current events and philosophy, politics. We also go over news in the sciences. We do the very occasional art stream and the very occasional math stream, both of which are very low viewership. Because they're just like either not what people are generally looking for from me or too tedious, much too tedious on the math end. But don't worry, we have lots of nice philosophy content coming your way in the next week or so.
But yeah, believe me, I empathize in terms like totally. I cover topics where it's like, yeah, only like 1 or 2 people are interested in it. So far, I'm totally fine with that.
We skipped math in school for a reason. Well, thank you, Graphicules. Thank you guys so much. I am going to wind it down. Corey, I assume that you are going to stay live. Would you like a raid?
It's up to you. I would totally be grateful, but you are absolutely not obligated to raid me. But yeah, I will be live for the next little bit and covering some science content. But I'll leave it up to your discretion. But yeah, thank you so much again for agreeing to speak with me, or rather inviting me into your community. And anytime that you want to speak again, by all means, pretty much always down.
Oh, I'll message you like ASAP and we'll get it done. I just need to like turn off my PC so it doesn't, I don't know, blow up in smoke or something like that.
I understand. I won't keep you here any
longer. All right, guys. We're raiding. Bye.
Take care. Be well.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm not live anymore. Okay.
Although you're live on my end.
Corey. Yeah.
Thank you. We'll speak
All right,
again soon.
I'll see you soon.
Take care. Be well.
Yes.
Welcome to Flavor Country.
Bye.
1 second. Okay. Well, yeah. So first of all, that was great. And also, thank you for the follows. Reficule66. Thank you for the follow. Dorkamus. Love the username. And welcome, Hidetsugu. Apologies if I mispronounced your username. And thank you for the raid, JohnnyScarlett. Super appreciated. Totally not obligated. So yeah, super grateful for the support. When I asked what was it, should I respect it or? Well, I understand where you're coming from. Let me just catch up with chat. And so also welcome, Sir Leviticus. Always happy to see you. Hope you're doing well. I don't eat dolphins because I like to eat meat. I eat dolphins because they, and I believe, called justice. I'm assuming you're joking, although I don't know where you're located. But my understanding is like dolphin meat is, I don't think that's readily available in North America. I could be totally wrong. I'm the least qualified to talk about these things, and I don't eat. I don't really consume animal products. Cat will eat your body before it's even cold. Meaning, if you die and you have a cat, there's a good chance the cat will be eating your body. So I don't think that's actually true. Even though I think there are some case studies or cases of that. But I would encourage everyone, like I said, to check out that Netflix, quote unquote documentary, Inside the Mind of a Cat, because I think cats care more about humans than we're led to believe. And are you also a biologist as well, Hidetsugu? One moment. Adam, as far as, so I'm not a physicist, but I believe atoms are real, at least the way I was taught, going back to my early days of chemistry and physics. They are real. Well, I'm not going to defend that. You know, we all make mistakes. And welcome, Zeron. Thank you so much for passing by. I'm gonna plead ignorance. I actually don't know what this is. I'm gonna Google this off stream just to play it safe. Oh, okay. This is just like a physical phenomenon. Got it. Early. Oh, okay. I definitely know Epicureanism. Okay. Early days of, let's say, atomic theory, going back thousands of years. I actually have learned
Welcome
about
to
this.
Flavor Country.
Thank you so much for the follow. Oh, Elf Bar person. Much appreciated. Happy to have you here. Yeah, I was like 99% sure you were joking, but yeah, I don't think eating I don't think you can get dolphin. I'm actually hoping not legal in North America, ideally anywhere. And what I would say is congratulations to you, Zeron. Although I know it's not an easy thing. And again, as much as I advocate for, I follow a plant-based diet. I know that it's not easy, and I advocate for that, and I cover the research on it. I know that not everyone is in the position to reduce or eliminate animal product consumption. But yeah, I'm very curious on your journey, and I support it. Big Elf. Oh, Dorkimus Prime. Thank you for the follow. And I appreciate the kind words, positive feedback. And again, thank you to Johnny for inviting me on and sharing their community with me. I don't take that for granted. Okay, risk assessment. I'm pretty ignorant on that. I will admit that. Maybe end up being pescatarian, should I consider? So yeah, this, like I said. And here's where I'll try to be, you know, as transparent as I can be, as much as I advocate for a vegan diet, and as much as I share some of the research on plant-based diets. I'm also technically not vegan, even though, you know, I'm drinking from like whatever my Vega cup. I'm technically vegetarian. Okay, I still consume a little bit of dairy. Mostly in the form of the protein powder that I consume. I consume whey protein, and that is derived from milk. Technically not vegan. And I still occasionally consume honey, and technically not vegan. Well, I would say don't be so unkind to yourself, but I understand easier said than done. And also, like, make no mistake, this is, I'm hoping the perception of my community is that it's not only for smart people. I wouldn't even describe myself as that way. You know, there are multiple forms of intelligence, and like, yeah, I think these are kind of like, personally, I think these are pretty silly concepts, not meaningless, but only have very limited meaning. So it's like, I'm hoping that this is an inclusive community, and we're not like pretentious of like, oh, only smart people here, because I might be excluding myself from my own community. This is an excellent question. Mushroom sales are going up here in Australia for protein meat, because yeah, and I understand that this, you know, as much as moving towards a plant-based diet, I think there are certainly improvements to make. I know that the market needs to adapt as well, that there will probably be some growing pains. And Zeron, you may want to look into oat milk. That is pretty much what I occasionally consume now. But yeah, there's so many varieties of plant-based milks now, from almond to soy to oat. I have settled on oat for now, but that might change in the future. So that's an excellent question, and I know Peter Singer, one of, let's say, the pioneers of, let's say, animal rights. I think they make the claim that eating something like oysters can be compatible with a vegan diet. What I would say is, like, for me personally, and I can totally accept that argument, as in, like, I can totally see, I don't really have much of an issue with a vegan that eats bivalves. But for me personally, this is not coming from veganism, mostly just as personal preference of, like, bivalve seafood, even when I was eating meat, did not appeal to me at all. I've never eaten lobster in my life, and I don't think ever in my life that I've consumed the amount of fish that I've consumed in my lifetime can probably fit in, like, the palm of your hand. I pretty much, like, I've never had octopus or calamari or squid. So I think pretty much all seafood is pretty much, like, always been off limits since it never appealed to me. If atoms are real, then nothing is real. Being then is the identity of the difference between something and nothing, but that's a paradox. Is real. So in that vein, okay, going back to the limited amount of physics that is left in my brain, since it's been a long time since I've taken a physics course, but I think what you're touching upon is, like, so what is reality? What is matter? From my understanding, if I remember correctly, technically speaking, an atom is mostly empty space. As in, like, if you look at the nucleus, or, like, the space between the nucleus and the electrons orbiting around the nucleus, like, it's a lot. As in, like, there's a huge gap between, like, the nucleus and, like, the electron cloud surrounding the nucleus of the atom. And so if atoms are mostly, like, empty space, then, like, how does anything exist? Or, like, if atoms are mostly empty space, like, why is it that, when, whatever, I put my hand against the wall, why does it not just, like, pass through the wall? That's also a little bit paradoxical. Or I know that's sort of a little bit of a thought experiment of, like, hey, how, if matter is mostly empty space, or if atoms are mostly empty space, how is there anything at all? Intelligence is measured by the culture that you exist in. Someone that is intelligent in the United States. Yeah, totally. I think that is largely correct, in my opinion. That's also fair as well. In terms of product, you probably have access to them. Yeah, exactly. Why limit yourself from meat, although amongst our closest genetic relatives, monkey, and it worked wonders? What do you mean by wonders? And I can say the same thing, like, in terms of, I assume, I don't know for sure, but I think even you yourself, put limits on what you consume for a variety of reasons. As in, like, I'm sure you limit certain things that you consume, for your health. And so I think that's a good reason why. As in, like, as much as, for example, I enjoy, ice cream, I wouldn't eat it every day, because, there are potential negative health effects from that. Can meat part of, let's say, a healthy diet? Yeah, totally. Some amount of meat consumption is compatible with that, or the Mediterranean diet totally seems to be a healthy diet. Therefore, that there's a certain amount of animal products associated with a Mediterranean diet. But, like, yeah, I think there are many good reasons to limit yourself. Just as there are people that enjoy smoking, or doing a variety of things, but they will not do it for reasons of health, which I think are perfectly justifiable. Seafood contains nutrients very hard to obtain outside of pills. So yeah, that is true. Totally. Although I think now these days, I think you can totally get away with not consuming seafood, and just go through supplementation, if you so choose. But what I would say is I think there are very good reasons, at least to be mindful of the seafood that you consume. Here's where I'm going to bring in my research side. One moment. But seafood appears to contain some of the highest levels of microplastics. In addition to, depending on the seafood, highest levels of mercury. And so I think those are good reasons to limit, or at least be mindful of your seafood consumption. Where like generally speaking, where you find the greatest concentration of both micro and nanoplastic, typically either in seafood or, just generally speaking, animal products. And so I think that's also maybe a good reason to potentially at least be mindful of the animal products that you consume. But we don't have actually a lot of good research about microplastics in the environment. This is obviously a new thing, and it's just like emerging research. If you can measure nothing, meaning that you take away everything and all that you have is nothing left, and put that on a scale, away something, there is no such thing as nothing. Yeah, these are all fair and, let's say, paradoxical things I've thought about. For me, food is just food, and if I can more ethically consume without essentially hurting my finances, health, or comfort. Yeah, that's pretty much my guiding principle as well. Like I said, I'm technically not vegan. Much as I advocate for it, and encourage people, even myself, to move more and more that direction. Also at the same time, I still eat certain foods for enjoyment and pleasure purposes. Where it's like, even in the absence of being plant-based, as a result of my disease, I have a lot of dietary restrictions. And so it's like, there's only so many restrictions that, let's say, I can handle before I have to cut out, like, a lot of food. Do you know why they made you the lobster? I do not. It's a meme. If you want to share the meme, by all means. So that's where it's like, you may very well be correct. Totally. Oh, Daddy Crude, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by, and also shout out. If I can do this properly. So, Daddy Crude is a fitness streamer. They stream their workouts, and they stream their racing. Where, unfortunately, as I mentioned, my workout streams are on hold for now, but I'm hoping to resurrect them. But if you wanted to catch a great workout stream, then by all means, check out Daddy Crude. They do great workout streams, and racing streams as well. And also they do charity fundraisers, so all the more reason to... But yeah, I hope you're doing well. And I saw that you were streaming, you did a workout stream this morning. Although unfortunately, I was asleep at the time, but I hope it went well. So yeah, I want to sort of answer this question. So Dorkamus Prime, you may very well be right. In that maybe the highest concentration that you find, let's say, in your fridge, or like what you have in your home, might be from microwave foods and those containers, and takeout, given the fact that, they're plastic containers. But obviously that's way more difficult to research. And at least most of the research that I have found, it's mostly assessing microplastics in the environment or in the food chain. But there is some emerging research looking at, what you might find in your fridge. But let's see. But yeah, most of the research, at least that I have found, it's like how the nano and microplastics are pretty much being disseminated in the food chain. But I think more and more that we're actually assessing, the food that we have homes. So you are probably right. It's just like I don't think we have good research actually assessing the levels, since it will be I suspect largely not uniform, or the levels will be kind of like all over the place, depending on the nature of the takeout container. And like more and more restaurants are moving towards, or at least some restaurants, at least in my area, are moving towards more, environmentally friendly takeout containers. More paper, more cardboard. But I think you are probably correct, where you would find the highest concentration. Lobster meme, Nebraska. Thank you so much for the link. Appreciate it. Not sure what you're referring to, Sir Leviticus. If you wanna, yeah, by all means, if you wanna share. But let's meme that you're referring to.
Again, assuming they don't have a brain, nervous system, then yeah. Some people might have a... Just a second.
You sure? Then you can eat lobsters too. Just a chain of ganglions, no central brain.
No, lobsters have a brain. Lobster brain. So they do have a brain. The lobster nervous system is very primitive, most similar to a nervous system of an insect. They literally are insects. But, lobsters and other invertebrates have only approximately 100,000 neurons, while humans have over 100 billion. They do have a brain and nervous system, and there is actually, I think recently there was a big paper published proving that they do feel pain, and they at least have conscious experiences. So no, lobsters do have a brain and a nervous system. The thing is...
What the You fuck? Literally skipped the part neither have brains on your search. It says right there no brain.
Lobster brain.
Well, what is a brain? They have a nervous system.
Is it like, is he like not seeing the world? Is it like a different sensory, like...
Oh, neither insects nor lobsters have brains. They do. Where the hell is this? University of Maine. Okay, well, the Lobster Institute. I don't know what they consider to be a brain, but...
It's the Lobster Institute!
Lobsters do not have a centralized brain, like brain area like mammals. Instead, they have a large ganglia, a large cluster of nerve cells above and below the mouth, smaller ganglia at each segment of the body, the shellfish network. Okay, wait, give me a second.
The shellfish network!
Crustacean...
Big lobster is coming for him, dude. Oh my god.
I mean, yeah, there are definitely levels to the nervous system. And I'm certainly not an expert on the nervous system of the lobster, even though I've totally covered it. Well, did a very surface level coverage of the different levels of the nervous system. Going from like the rudimentary, like the lobster, to like, obviously to a mammalian brain. To which conditions is the microplastics leading? So that's an excellent question. I don't know that it's associated with any specific conditions, because like I said, this all appears to be emerging research, since microplastics appear to be, a new thing in our environment, only in the past, I don't know, couple, 2-3 decades or so, or at least this widespread concentration of microplastics. I don't know that it's associated with any specific condition or disease. I don't think it is, at least based off of the research that I have seen. But there's, let's say, more and more research that's looking at it of like what are the actual physiological effects, if any, of our consumption or the presence of these microplastics in our environment. This is one of the studies that I have. This is a review of the literature. in 2020, in this journal of particle and fiber toxicology, where it's like, yeah, their overall conclusions. I think there's a lot of question marks, and I don't think there's any real good conclusions that we have so far in terms of how these micro and nanoplastics are affecting us. But as they say, this review brings together a growing body of evidence showing that nano and microplastic exposure disturbs the gut microbiota and critical intestinal functions. Such effects may promote the development of chronic immune disorders. Further investigation of this threat to human health is warranted. So it's like, yeah, there appears to be potentially some physiological effect, but I don't think it's linked to any actual condition or disease state at this time. This is more just like, as they say, there might be some potential there of some negative effects. I feel like you can make a control study via a federal regulatory body if they test it. Yeah, totally. I have no doubt that to test the actual plastics in food containers, you probably could do a controlled study. It's just a matter of like, can you actually get the funding, and like, yeah, whether it results in like the most. I think we kind of know at this point that our food containers are a major source of microplastics, and that we kind of like know enough now that even though the evidence might not be there, we can probably conclude that it's a source of high concentration, and that you probably want to, where you can, pretty much not use plastic for your food. But that's the thing, like it's like built into like our groceries of like just about a lot of the stuff. Even myself, when I go to the grocery store, like when I buy like spinach or kale, like it's in a plastic container. baby tomatoes, baby carrots, all in plastic containers. I don't know about that. Fun fact for, yeah, I saw that on Twitter, fortunately. Thank you so much for the lurk, much appreciated. Thank you for the links. Totally. I agree that we don't really know. There's some emerging evidence that they might not be the best for us. Maybe some negative effects, but we don't really know. And that, I think at the very least, if you don't have to consume things contaminated with microplastics, probably best to not consume them. But at this point, it's virtually unavoidable. They are everywhere, no matter, like I'm drinking from a plastic cup myself. Wouldn't it just be another microparticle that we can't digest? So that is the issue of like, it doesn't seem like they pass through us. They appear to bioaccumulate, and that's why we are seeing them in our food supply. Where it's like, well, as they here in this study, microplastics in canned fish, where you are correct. If they actually just passed through us, potentially much less of a problem, or maybe no problem at all. The issue is that they don't appear to be passing through us, and that they appear to be like bioaccumulating. Lobsters don't have. Oh yeah, like I agree with you. That is a problem. Where like the fact checking, even though whatever, I might have some sort of alignment with the messaging of vegan gains. I don't think the way they go about it and the research that they do is all that great. Where it's like, yeah, I will fully recognize, based off of what I know and how I've been taught in my neuroscience, lobsters do not have brains the way we understand them. Oh, and Tetsu Paul, welcome. Another fitness streamer that if you want to workout stream, and also a Canadian, another fellow Canadian, where yeah, if you're also looking for some workout and fitness, Tetsu Paul is also a place to go. The video. Okay. Thank you so much. Hey, no judgment. If you want to go out of your way to eat microplastics or macroplastics, I personally wouldn't recommend it, but to each their own. I don't actually know. Based off of this, this literature review, and given the fact that they say that the microplastic exposure disrupts the microbiota, I would hypothesize, I don't actually know, that you probably find microplastics in your fecal matter that you expel from your body. But I don't have any actual evidence showing that they actually show up in the bodily secretions that you expel from your body. All microplastics are some, if there's a kind that passes through. I think that's one of the problems. It's like not all microplastics are the same, and there does not appear to be. Well, even that's why they make the distinction here of like whatever. There's microplastics and there's nanoplastics, even when it comes to like particle size, and that's where it's like super tricky. Like I'm literally thinking out loud and speculating. But maybe, maybe microplastics are a problem, but nanoplastics are not a problem, because particle size matters. And so it's like, there's a lot of unanswered questions that we still. Do we go through the topic of canned tuna having mercury? Sorry, no, this is not a dumb question at all. So do not go through the question of canned tuna specifically and mercury content. What I do know, I'm only going by the guidelines, at least in Canada, in that generally speaking, mercury, the mercury content of canned tuna appears to be higher than most other, let's say, seafood or fish items. And I think even like the recommendation for, let's say, pregnant women, like one of the things to avoid or limit your consumption of is canned tuna, if I remember correctly. But I actually do want to. Right. So, I mean, this is the government of Canada. Where, so they're making recommendations of, like, at least in Canada, all canned tuna, including albacore, is typically below the Canadian standard of 0.5 particles per million total mercury. However, some people eat canned tuna as frequently as every day. The frequent consumers of canned tuna regularly choose canned albacore white tuna, where exposure to mercury could reach unacceptably high levels. Same concerns do not exist for canned light tuna because it contains much less. So I think, yeah, it pretty much not only matters on the type of tuna, as in they're specifically singling out all canned tuna, including albacore, but if it's light, recommendations are different. But yeah, I think there are specific recommendations of, like, if you're a pregnant woman, you should only be, or at least be mindful of your canned tuna consumption. You can totally say it. There are also some unavoidable sectors of society that will almost never deviate away from plastic use, even if they are deemed as dangerous as, say, yeah, totally. Industries, the medical, intravenous therapy alone wouldn't exist without plastic. Yeah, 100%. You know, as someone who has been a patient who for like 25 going on 30 years. Like, yeah. Without access to plastics, especially like disposable plastics that are used in some medical devices, it's like large portions of medical interventions would collapse. 100%. Even in science, we need plastic. One of my great sources of frustration is pipette tips. These are plastic. These are what we use for liquid handling in the life sciences, where like these are all plastic. And they are, generally speaking, like 99.999% of the time, they are single use only. You use it once, and then you dispose of it. That's why we go through them in large bulk. Where, you know, you can buy a pack of 960 each for about 280 Canadian dollars, or a case of 8, where, like, it is not unheard of. For myself, you know, in a typical day in the lab, I will use, like, hundreds of these single-use disposable pipette tips that are plastic. And that is just like one source of the plastic I use. I use multiple sources in addition to the tubes as well. Microfuge tubes. These are also plastic. They're all like tiny, pretty much single use tubes. Where again, I will go through them in bulk. And they're all just like thrown away. I absolutely know Katie. Me and Katie go way back, over a year. I think she's. I don't know that she has a crush on me. Since I think she's. I don't want to give anything away, or I don't know what's private or not, but I'm pretty sure she's public of the fact that she's involved. The person, so I don't think he has a crush on her. And I know that you're not trying to start drama. I used to eat canned tuna every day before, which again is probably fine depending on the type of tuna. Oh, Wolf Glen, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're well. It's been a minute. And welcome back, Bob Marley. And yeah, and Wolf Glen Petri dishes as well. These are pretty much, well, Petri plates at this point. There are glass ones, but typically, going through like a case. Whereas like, yeah, case of 500, for, you know, $600. And again, we can go through these like pretty quickly, depending on your application. You know, it's polystyrene. A lot of plastic, is used up, in the life sciences. 1000%. Some of the science and research that I want to cover starts here. Fair enough. And by all means, try and start drama. Even though I know that you're joking. And yeah, so shout out to Katie as well. For recommending me. That is not how you do a shout out. I super appreciate Katie's support, and if they recommended you to me, appreciated and grateful. So yeah, if you caught the full conversation with JohnnyScarlett, which again, thank you to them for inviting me on and chatting with me. And I certainly hope, at least on my part, that we can chat again. I think there's like so much to talk about. Okay. I definitely know interferons. And yeah, monoclonal mouse skin cells. Well, yeah, super cool. And yeah, tons of plastic. You know, as much as I love pipetting, I actually do like liquid handling. And as much as I love science, like I always feel bad for all the plastic, single-use plastic. I go. But yeah, I alluded to this in my chat with JohnnyScarlett, where more and more AI is being explored for a variety of purposes, from science and medicine to writing to art, music. Pretty much, AI is ubiquitous at this point, and it's just bleeding into everything. And this is one of the places in medicine that it's being explored. It's also being explored for, let's say, diagnosis as well, that I have some research where it seems like AI might be better than humans in reading some sort of, let's say, X-ray or colonoscopy, etc., etc. And here, in this actual study, they're testing pretty much whether how AI compares when it comes to responding to people, or as they say, empathic responses. So, this is the actual, I believe, study here. Yeah, original investigation, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. Unfortunately, I tried really hard to get access to the full article, but I don't have access. But it's published, a few weeks ago. I have a commentary on it about how chatbots and large language model artificial intelligence systems will reshape modern medicine. But this was literally a study about a chatbot assistant and how it responds to questions. So, and again, this is just kind of like the highlights of the article. It is not the full article, or not the full study. I tried to get it, couldn't get it. But yeah, the key points, the question. Can an artificial intelligence chatbot assistant provide responses to patient questions that are of comparable quality and empathy to those written by physicians? As in, basically, the way I understand it is like, how does the bedside manner of AI compared to an actual human doctor or physician? So what are the findings? In this cross-sectional study of 195 randomly drawn patient questions from a social media forum, okay, so it doesn't seem like it was, as a result of patient interactions in person, a team of licensed healthcare professionals compared physicians and chatbots' responses to patients' questions asked publicly on a public social media forum. The chatbot responses were preferred over physician responses and rated significantly higher for both quality and empathy. So you had, it looks like actual other doctors were rating the responses of other doctors and ranking them of like, hey, this is a good response, and it seems like it's a more empathic response. So, there might be some bias here, who knows? So these results suggest that artificial intelligence assistants may be able to aid in drafting responses to patient questions. As in, like, if it's actually shown or reproducible, and the evidence is there of like, hey, turns out AI is better at not only generating informative responses, but actually more empathic responses, then maybe doctors can harness AI before they actually answer patient questions. Or maybe they just might have to put it through a filter. So the original one, the title is Comparing Physician and Artificial Intelligence Chatbot Responses. I'll just like paste it in the chat. But let me catch up with chat. One moment. And Freedom DAO, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I also appreciate the kind words. Where it's like, and also thank you to Prime for consistently inviting me on virtually every week. I don't take that for granted. The reason why the commercial, scientific, industrial, and private class use cases is because a lot of the burden is placed on household class use. If I had to make a percentage distribution, it'd probably be 100%. I agree with you. That this is probably the case. Well, to be determined. I'll let the audience decide. This is like asking, are you a replicant? Like, you know, till someone cuts into me. Answer that question. Although I technically have been cut into. At least according to the scar that I have, but I wasn't conscious for them. I don't know what they saw. Oh, no, I have no complaints. Katie is under the fact that Katie voluntarily recommended me without me interacting with them. Good enough for me. I'm grateful that they recommended me voluntarily. Yeah, totally. It seems like more and more AI, or at least there's more and more research devoted to using AI and how it can aid in diagnosis, or maybe actually do the full diagnosis process as well. You might be. I don't think you are. At the end of the day, no judgment on my part. AI is unable to be physically present with the patient. There's no body language that this AI used, and no inpatient interaction going on that claims the user down or reassures them. This is really looking 100%. Yeah, it seems like this is, as you say, pretty good limitation to point out. This was not in-person interaction, and so it's, you know, it's not true bedside manner. It's like bedside manner through like messaging on a public forum. Oh, thank you. And yeah, Katie is actual other doctors were rating the responses of other doctors and ranking them of like, hey, this is a good response, and it seems like it's a more empathic response. So, you know, there might be some bias here, who knows. So these results suggest that artificial intelligence assistants may be able to... Wow. This is just like a replay in my mind. Whoopsies. I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. And oh yeah, Xeron, I realize I missed link that you gave. Okay. Sorry. I just wanted to bring it up to make sure that I don't forget it.
Harvard scientist David Sinclair has spent...
Okay. I have a lot of thoughts on David Sinclair. But we're going to get through this. So yeah, we're going to get through this study and commentary, and then we'll go to your content, Zero. I want to make sure I bring it up so I don't forget it. So yeah, just going to go over the abstract since that's all I have access to. So, the importance. The rapid expansion of virtual healthcare has caused a surge in patient messages concomitant with more work and burnout among healthcare professionals. And like, yeah, this is, at least from a Canadian perspective, you know, there appears to be a large exodus of healthcare workers. Like I think like I mentioned at the beginning of the stream, of like, I think a lot of healthcare systems are seeing their healthcare professionals leave for a multitude of reasons. One of them is burnout. And I have some research that I'll probably show at some point in terms of like, it seems like physician burnout or healthcare worker burnout is only on the increase, or appears to be increasing. And so it's like, well, maybe AI might ease some of the burden on some healthcare professionals. They're already overworked. So artificial intelligence assistants could potentially aid in creating answers to patient questions by drafting responses that could be reviewed by clinicians. So the objective to evaluate the ability of an AI chatbot assistant, ChatGPT, specifically released in November 2022, to provide quality and empathetic responses to patient questions. So what was their overall methodology? In this cross-sectional study, a public and non-identifiable database of questions from a public social media forum. So they used Reddit's, the Reddit forum or subreddit Ask Docs, was used to randomly draw 195 exchanges from October 2022, where a verified physician responded to a public question. So like, you know, as highlighted by Dorcas Prime, totally a potential limitation, not actual face-to-face, you know, in-office patient interactions. This is just like text responses. So chatbot responses were generated by entering the original question into a fresh session without prior questions having been asked in the session on December 22nd, 23rd, 2022. The original question, along with anonymized and randomly ordered physician and chatbot responses, were evaluated in triplicate by a team of licensed healthcare professionals. Evaluators chose which response was better and judged both the quality of information provided, very poor, poor acceptable, to very good, and the empathy or bedside manner provided. So pretty much on the scale of empathy, how empathetic was it? And I'm curious, this is one of the reasons why I tried to gain access to the full study, because I'm curious, like, how do you rate empathy in a text response? Obviously, I know that you can convey empathy through text, or at least you can attempt to convey empathy through text. But, you know, I'm curious, how is a human assessing, you know, an empathetic text response? I have no idea, but I'm curious. Yeah, 100%. And like, you definitely have way more insight than I do. You know, I just read articles. You're an actual healthcare worker. In Canada as well. So that lends more credence. Pretty much from everything that I can gather from multiple sources, it's like there's really huge crisis amongst healthcare workers. Not only in burnout, but being able to retain them, recruit them, because understandably, based off of the conditions and how they're treated, you know, very few people want to go into healthcare or stay in healthcare. So the results, I'm not going to dissect the results, but the overall conclusions. In this cross-sectional study, a chatbot generated quality and empathetic responses to patient questions posed in an online forum. Further exploration of this technology is warranted in clinical settings, such as using a chatbot to draft responses that physicians could then edit. Randomized trials could assess further if using AI assistance might improve responses, lower clinician burnout, and improve patient outcomes. Which is like, on paper, this sounds great. Obviously, more research needs to be done in terms of, like, you know, the actual time and place. Use an AI to generate a response. I'm like, yeah, it's probably a good thing that at the end of the day, it's, you know, it goes through an actual human physician, pretty much make sure good response. There are people. Fair enough. And I will check Discord. One moment. Oh, whoopsies. Not what I wanted to do. But it seems like you might have linked me, study, which I appreciate. Well, so thank you, Hidetsuku, much appreciated. Yeah, that is super awesome. Okay, so here's the full study. Well, I'm gonna save this. We're gonna return this, yeah, I want to make sure that I highlight. I'm curious. So here's some of the responses. Example questions. Okay, yeah, this is actually what I was looking for. I should rotate right. So yeah, again, thank you, Hidetsuku, for sending that. That's super appreciated. So we have some example questions with physician and chatbot responses. Exactly what I was looking for. So the question, physician response, chatbot response. Question about risk of dying following swallowing and ingesting a toothpick. If you surpass 2 to 6 hours, chances are they've passed into your intestines, which means it can't be retrieved easily. Chatbot response. Okay, there's multiple physician responses. Many people can swallow razor blades and toothpicks without issue. In case you develop stomachache, then don't hesitate seeking out an emergency room, and remember to point out the swallowed toothpick. For now, they won't be doing much. Oh, so this looks like it's one full response. So what is the chatbot response? Which it seems like it's way more in depth. Why? Highlighted it. So, it's natural to be concerned if you have ingested a foreign object, but in this case, it is highly unlikely that the toothpick you swallowed will cause you any serious harm. Toothpicks are made of wood, which is not toxic and will not cause poisoning. However, it is possible for a toothpick to cause injury if it becomes stuck in the throat or if it punctures the digestive tract. However, this is unlikely to happen with a dull, hooked toothpick that is only 2 centimeters long. If you are experiencing any discomfort or symptoms such as abdominal pain, difficulty swallowing, or vomiting, it is important to contact a healthcare provider for further evaluation. However, if you are not experiencing any symptoms, it is safe to assume that the toothpick has passed through your digestive system and you do not need to be concerned. I think they mean crooked. Maybe they mean cooked. I think they mean... it's always a good idea to be cautious when consuming food and to remove any foreign objects before eating. It's understandable that you may be feeling paranoid, but try not to worry too much. It is highly unlikely that the toothpick will cause you any harm. Well, first of all, you know, this is just like my lay person's assessment. I'm not a medical professional. But, you know, understandably, you know, ChatGPT can actually take the time to, like, you know, give a way more in-depth response. Because, like, you know, there's much less, there's no human thinking involved. And there's understandably way less time constraints when it comes to ChatGPT and a physician's time. Where even just comparing the length of a response, like the physician response here, you know, like a small paragraph basically, and then the chatbot response, you get way more in-depth response, and, like, you know, this empathetic part of, like, hey, your concerns are totally understandable, and, like, hey, if things get worse or if you're feeling paranoid, you know, don't hesitate to seek out actual medical attention, but, you know, try not to worry too much. So, like, yeah, I would agree. This is just from my perspective, who's not a medical professional. This looks like a way better response. But it's also understandable that this actual physician, who probably is multitasking other things and has other things to do with their time, that they probably don't have as much time to type out, like, this full in-depth response. So totally, the AI wins out well here. And even just comparing, like, this, it looks like this physician response is just like a list of bullet points, and then ChatGPT gives, like, pretty much, like, you know, an essay. Let me just catch up with chat. I think for telehealth, stuff like ChatGPT 4 and the eventual GPT-5 will definitely be a boon. But for actual bedside care, robotics simply isn't keeping up. There'd also be the issue of aligning robotic behaviors that emulates a nurse. A lot of home health aides and nurses have to be yeah, have to befriend patients. Good luck programming. 100%. And I actually expressed. So I was recently talking about AI and let's say AI companionship on a Prime panel a few days ago, where you know, maybe AI has a place for providing companionship to other people. But at least as of right now, what AI can't do, and even robots can't do, that I brought up, and I think this applies to medicine, is, I could bring it up, is touch. Although this is touch in the context, in a romantic sense, but I have other research showing that you know, human touch appears to be important for our well-being, or at least for maximizing our well-being. And I totally have concerns that at least there appears to be some emerging research that just as there appears to be an increase in loneliness, I suspect there's also an increase in people kind of like being touch starved, because I think touch appears to be important, like I said, for at least maximizing our well-being. And you know, as much as maybe AI, as you say, can be a boon for things like telehealth, when it comes to actual bedside manner, I think there's something to be said for like human touch and providing appropriate comfort to people. You know, I don't know, as much as maybe AI and technology can improve the efficiency in, you know, getting healthcare to people and treatment to people. I don't know that I don't know, but I'm just thinking out loud. I'm not sure if I want to remove, you know, fully remove the human element out of medicine. Where it's like, if we ever live in the world of, you know, robot doctors, not sure exactly how I feel about it. Unless they can like fully simulate, you know, actual human touch. My doctor's #1 advice is to never Google your symptoms. Doesn't ChatGPT fall in the same category? Yes. Although I think it depends on your personality. Where I think you have to be aware of how you respond to information. If you know that, you know, it's going to increase your anxiety, then I think the recommendation is probably not to Google your symptoms. I would say it's useful to Google your symptoms if you're aware that it's almost certainly not a diagnosis, and that you should generally only be using it as hopefully information to bring to your doctor to talk about and the symptoms that you're experiencing. Kind of like if you know that you're not that type of person, if it's only going to lead to more anxiety, you probably should not Google your symptoms, or you should not be, you know, using Google or WebMD for any sort of diagnosis process, unless, you know, you have literally no access to better healthcare. Self-diagnosis, like, the truly. But basically, yeah, I don't think Googling your symptoms should ever take the place of an actual medical professional, but I understand not everyone has access to a professional, or whatever, professional period. If 3D print a nanoparticle artificial lung, yeah, fair enough. I also share that concern of like, yeah, robot surgery. Even though, you know, if the evidence is there, because like totally when it comes to surgery, and operations, like medical errors are a thing. Huge thing. And surgeons right now are humans, and they're prone to human error. I have no doubt that we'll probably get to a place that like the evidence will be there that surgery performed by robots or robot assisted surgery is probably way better than, you know, human performed surgery. Well, I appreciate the kind words, for sure, but you know, I try to recognize where my limits of expertise and knowledge lie. Fair enough. Is it that AI is mainly better because it doesn't get exhausted? Yeah, 100%. The reply can be tuned per yeah, that's it. And we can train it. Yeah, we can optimize it. Train doctors to be better caregivers too. It's going to be a weird, that's the thing. I think you correctly characterize it, where there's going to be this dynamic interplay of like, not only can maybe AI perform better in providing some information to patients, maybe AI can be a tool in medical training of like, hey, maybe this is a way to be a better doctor. Maybe this is a way to be a more empathetic doctor. As I brought up some of the research on stream, the title of this paper pretty much never escapes my mind because pretty unique title. But you know, as I sort of alluded to earlier, it seems like the way we train doctors, there appears to be, at least based off of this study, an erosion of empathy as you proceed through medical school or medical education, which is understandable given what they're exposed to. But we probably don't want to, you know, fully erode empathy in the healthcare workers that we train. And maybe as part of the training, maybe at some point down the road, if if this is actually true of AI, where if you know AI is actually better in generating empathetic responses, well then maybe maybe if in the third year of medical school you observe this erosion of empathy, you know, maybe in the fourth year or later on in their medical education, we can retrain them to, you know, gain back their empathy or to be more empathetic. I'm super sorry to hear that. My heart goes out. Losing a pet. I will be fully honest. When my first cat passed away, definitely cried a lot. Thank you so much for the lurk. Much appreciated. Yeah, they're probably already here and they don't know it. Oh, sorry. If you were auto-modded. I don't see. I apologize, but don't see help. Sorry about that. But right now I don't have any mods. I'm the only mod in chat, unfortunately. I should probably get more mods. The concern with AI is that it consistently reinforces human biases, especially when we add in the bot. Yeah. You're 100%. Where it's only trained on what we currently have out there. I think so at least in this study, and this study is a little bit older. I think it's like 2005 or 2006, 2009. So, you know, not the most up-to-date research, but I don't think it's changed all that much. But it seems like, at least in this study, it was in the third year, so towards the end of medical school. I believe, at least in the United States, medical school is 4 years. And so basically, as they're at least halfway done, you see this erosion of empathy. And I would suspect, I don't actually know, but there's probably a further erosion of empathy during residency. Where it's like, again, I don't know for sure, but I think it continues on after they have graduated medical school. But here, at least in this study, they are still in medical school. Like as they say. It is concluded that a significant decline in empathy occurs during the third year of medical school, It is ironic that the erosion of empathy occurs during a time when the curriculum is shifting toward patient care activities. This is when empathy is most essential. Implications for retaining and enhancing empathy are discussed. Yeah, I don't mind modding you as long as you like follow my guiding principle. Let's just say you probably have a more heavy hand than I do. But yes. See if I can do this properly. I think I did it. Let me know if it doesn't work. I can believe that the average height of humans is X. This counted than that. I don't know if I want to run that experiment. I think it's necessary to erode empathy for medical professionals. Given that they are humans dealing with the suffering of other humans, therapists go, well, the more attached you get to patients. 100%. That's why, like, I think it's totally understandable that you observe this erosion of empathy. And I do think, you know, there's that balancing act of, like, you know, I don't think we want our doctors to be, you know, fully robotic. And, you know, having no empathy whatsoever, or, you know, emotionless when they're dealing with their patients. But at the same time, you know, we don't want the opposite end of the spectrum, where our medical professionals or our doctors, you know, if a patient is pain, the doctor is feeling pain. And, you know, obviously that's not going to be conducive to the doctor doing a good job if they're, like, fully empathizing with their suffering patient. And, you know, compassion fatigue appears to be a thing. And so it's like, you know, it's probably a difficult balance to achieve of a healthy disconnect. And obviously, I'm not a medical professional, so I don't know where exactly that balance lies. But I don't know that, let's say, an erosion of empathy over time is a good thing. And it seems that, at least based off of this study, that they frame it as a bad thing. And also, I'll bring in some other research where, so empathy appears to have a little bit of a paradoxical, maybe not paradoxical, but empathy is not a binary. And also there appears to be multiple forms of empathy. There's the cognitive empathy, which is more like an intellectual empathy, more in the frame of, like, perspective taking, where you can understand a different perspective, as opposed to affective empathy, where it's like you're kind of like you're feeling the other person's feelings, kind of like emotional contagion, so to speak. And I believe it's more like the cognitive empathy that you probably want to more emphasize. And also empathy appears to actually increase resilience. Bear one moment. And this actually appears to hold true to actually even in the context of medicine. So, as mentioned, there's probably some sort of balancing act, where totally, if there's no disconnect from your patients and you're empathizing too much, you know, understandably, that can lead to burnout, almost certainly. But then there's kind of like the opposite end of, like, if you're not feeling anything towards your patients or the people that you're treating, probably not a good thing. And here, at least in this study, and this was actually medical residents France, where you can actually potentially increase, or rather reduce the chances of burnout of a physician if you, let's say, harness empathy, or if you train them in empathy in the right way, which seems counterintuitive, where it seems like maybe the erosion of empathy, probably not a good thing, and even the erosion of empathy might be contributing to burnout, even though I think it's understandable that, you know, a physician who's witnessing human tragedies and being exposed to, understandably, human tragedies, they would want to have a disconnect from that, or distance themselves from it. But that might be actually increasing their risk for burnout. Whereas they sort of say here in this study, I've covered it before, but maybe I'll revisit it at some point. But yeah, this suggests that the resilience of vulnerable residents can be enhanced by increasing their empathy and by reducing their alexithymia. And alexithymia is essentially, you know, being almost fully emotionally disconnected from yourself, or really not being aware of your emotional. You can maybe almost think of it as, you know, a full erosion of empathy on pretty much like most, if not all, of your other emotions, to a certain extent. And it seems like, at least going to that extreme, doesn't seem to be a good thing, or at least appears to decrease the resilience of physicians. And that's why, at least based off of this study here and their research, you might actually increase resilience by harnessing empathy, or as they explicitly say, by increasing their empathy, which seems counterintuitive, but I think there's good reasons for that. 1 second. Would you be able to measure sentience machine? I will plead ignorance on that. I actually don't know how we measure or even assess for it. One. I'm obviously way behind in chat. I'm hoping everyone being respectful. Like there's a back and forth. But yeah, so far everything looks to be being respectful. Where were, oh yeah, so wrapping this up, getting to Euron's content. So yeah, this is a commentary on the chat GPT, where, yeah, wrapping up some of the responses here. Again, thank you for the full study. So we have a question about risk of going blind following bleach being splashed into an eye, resulting in irritated and dry eye. And you know, you get this pretty quick and to the point response. I mean, I don't even need to read anything. Like, you know, just compare the length of the response between, you know, physician versus chat GPT. And so you see the evaluation scores here. 100%, so all of the, I think, 5 physicians prefer the chat GPT. So all of them prefer the chat 100%. Where like, yeah, this looks like way more comprehensive. Which, yeah, no surprise. So, the commentary, you know, on the study that we just briefly went over, how chatbots and large language model artificial intelligence systems will reshape modern medicine, fountain of creativity, or Pandora's box. I read a story where ChatGPT saved a dog's life after a vet. Ooh. If you can find that story, I'd be totally interested in it. But that doesn't surprise me. So in an era of clinicians being burnt out by electronic medical records and documentation burdens, we might all dream of having a personal scribe to draft progress notes. Actually... I can't even get the full commentary on the article. Never mind. Thought I did have the full text. Okay. So we're going to get into what Xeron provided. Looks like they're covering Dr. David Sinclair, researcher on aging.
Spent the last 20 years working to defy aging.
How many times have you heard, if you're over the age of 40, well, you're getting sick, you're getting this pain, your eyesight's degrading. Don't worry, that's just normal aging. I really don't agree with that approach.
Sinclair believes the root cause of aging and health decline stems from damage to the so-called epigenome, the part of our cells that turn genes on or off.
Our bodies have two different types of information. We all know about the DNA. Now, there's another type of information that most people don't know about. It's called the epigenome, and it's the reader of the DNA. Like, if you have a compact disc, it's like scratches on the compact disc, so you can't read the music. As we get older, we lose the ability to read our DNA correctly.
And so how do we get those scratches off?
We had this breakthrough a couple of years ago, and so we found that there was a way to get the scratches off and reverse the age of cells.
In his study, Sinclair restored optic nerve cells and sight in mice with vision loss from both aging and a condition that stimulated glaucoma.
The way we did that in the mice, and we cured blindness with them, was to turn on 3 genes that are normally on in embryos. And when we turn those 3 genes back on in the adult tissue, the mice regenerate and they get their vision back.
And now, in what the researchers are calling the first study of its kind, Sinclair and his team were able to age the mice and then make them younger again. In this video shared by Harvard, these mice are the same age, yet one is visibly older. How did they do it? By literally breaking up the DNA, forcing the body to repair itself, which he says accelerates aging.
The mice actually do not just look old, but they literally are older by about 50%. They get gray hair, they get wrinkled skin, their organs are old.
The results were shared at a conference earlier this year and are under review for publication. This groundbreaking technology builds on the Nobel Prize-winning work of Japanese scientist Shinya Yamanaka, who discovered how cells can be reprogrammed to be stem cells, which then can develop into cells of any type in the body. Using this method, Sinclair showed me how his team is trying to study memory loss by turning skin cells into tiny brains.
And here they are, these little beauties. So these are mini human brains we've grown for a number of months, and these ones have been aged so that they're 70 years old, and we can measure their activity, and their brain activity is slowing down as they get older. They're full of inflammation like a normal old brain would be, and in this experiment we're now testing, can we reverse the age of those brains so they work again? And the answer is yeah, we can do that.
In early experiments, his team says they are using electrodes to measure activity in cells from the brain.
As those get older, they fire less, and then we can reverse that and get them to work again.
And so you've seen that by reversing it, they start firing more.
That's right. Yep, we can make them young again and work like they used to.
While much more research is needed, Sinclair hopes that one day, reversing aging could be as simple as a pill at the doctor's office. So maybe once a year you go get a prescription for your doctor, you take it for a week, and it reverses your aging? Is that your vision here?
Well, it's not just a vision, it's going to happen. It's like asking the Wright brothers, are we going to fly? Well, of course we are. It's just a question of when.
Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. I have seen Resident Evil too many times. So, of course, I'm wondering, you want to edit my genes, even for anti-aging? What? This sounds like it's both really tough science and potentially quite risky. Like, what's the flip side of all this?
Well, so, the qualifier here is there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But to your point, I mean, it sounds like science fiction. I mean, he's taking these mice who couldn't see from getting older, from getting glaucoma, which is damage to the optic nerve, and he's restoring their vision. I mean, it does sound a little bit like science fiction, to your point.
What is the timeline, though, for making this a reality? I mean, for something like a drug, like there's a whole process, phase 1, 2, 3 trials, but what does the doctor say the timeline is for this?
Yeah, so, he's hopeful in the next 10 to 15 years, but the thing is, you do need more rigorous studies in animals. You really need to prove that this works. And then after that, you need to trial this in humans. You need to prove it's not only, working as it should, but it's also safe, and it doesn't cause any unwanted side effects. Like you just talked about, you're editing your genes. I mean, that's probably going to be a big concern for a lot of people.
Although, on the flip side, just so the sci-fi nerds among me don't have the last word, we have come a long way in terms of what we can do with genetic editing, with procedures like CRISPR and so on, really being able to manipulate genetic codes in fairly stable and replicable ways, right?
Yeah, and so, Dr. Sinclair's been studying this for the last 20 years. He started out at MIT, and he's had this lab at Harvard for decades now. And, what he's basically saying is that if you'd asked him 20 years ago, would I be here today? Would I have restored vision in mice? I think he'd tell you he was pretty surprised. He didn't think we'd come this far so quickly. So, yes, it does sound like science fiction, but it's really, really promising at this point.
How does this compare to some of the other science that's going on in terms of anti-aging? Actual laboratory bench science, not like the infomercials we see at 2 a.m. Where else does the research lie?
I think you and I could do a whole show on, the creams that are available and the potions they sell over the counter about, take this and you reduce your aging.
Pills and potions and lotions and everything and anything. But setting all that aside, where's the science?
No, we'll leave that to Professor Snape.
Exactly.
This is it's a Harvard-funded lab. These are people who are actually going in and altering your DNA in a way that, they develop these biological clocks. And these are, to be fair, things that need to be validated still. But they've come out with a way that they think is you're able to tell somebody's age just by looking at a DNA sequence. So, when you compare that to these creams and these things that you're selling over the counter, it's a separate world.
And are there other applications for this kind of epigenetic technology other than anti-aging? This isn't new technology, as you mentioned. This is just a new application.
So it's been a theory for a long time, and we're still working to prove that theory. But it is something that Sinclair has coined called the information theory of aging, where you take these epigenetic changes and that accelerates aging, as we've seen in the mice that's coming out. But to answer your question, the uses outside of this, it's still so new that we really don't know yet.
I know that he mentioned kind of like popping a pill, but is that what we expect it would be, like a pill, or more like a treatment like dialysis or something long term? Like what would the delivery device potentially be?
Yeah, so the delivery device so far in the mice has been, it's actually an injection. It's a harmless virus encoded with 3 reprogramming genes. And you take that injection, and then you take an antibiotic called doxycycline. So it's an antibiotic that you would give by mouth that turns on those genes and allows the anti-aging process to commence. So we don't really know what the future is going to look like, but that's what they've done so far in the animals.
Now, you already said a virus, and I know that immediately made some people's ears perk up, but this is just kind of a genetic vessel, basically.
Here is where it's like, understandably, hopefully, good scientific communicator of like they say that they're injecting the virus, but the virus is just like delivery vehicle. This is an engineered virus. It's essentially been hollowed out, and it's not pretty much not pathogenic or not going to result in some sort of disease state. It's just like using the method of delivery to get the genetic information inside of these mice.
Basically, because a virus is just kind of a bundle of genetic material, right?
Yeah, it's a harmless version of what's an adenovirus. It's commonly used in science. It has other applications as well, but I don't want people.
Yeah, this is a known thing. I have a lot of thoughts. First of all, this is obviously very preliminary research. But AAVs, adeno-associated viruses, is a known thing for gene therapy. Where it's like they've been in development for a while. They're not perfectly developed. But let's see, find something right. Probably a little better. Where it's like, yeah, we're using viruses as a way to, pretty much deliver genetic information. Or do some sort of genetic modification. At least at the in mice so far. I believe they're trying to adapt AAV gene therapy for humans, and I think it has actually been performed in humans. I think I've even covered some of the research on it. But so everyone knows about CRISPR, or at least most people know about CRISPR, and its potential in modifying genes and gene editing, etc., etc. But there are multiple strategies that are being employed or explored to manipulate or modify our genetic information, and the AAVs, or the engineered viruses, is one of those ways. Egghead, based Egghead, welcome. And thank you. Yeah, I agree with you. Where it's hard. This is an interview. It's hard not to misspeak. I probably wouldn't do any better. But I hope you're doing well. Thank you so much for passing by. Yeah, exactly. So I have a lot of thoughts, and I think you had an article, Xeron, associated with that. If you had other content, but I think you had a link to an article. If you want to send that, by all means. So, you know, on this topic of aging, which I'm certainly not an expert, actually, even though I've done a little bit of research, or I've been involved in some fundamental research about aging, where like that's me right there. I'll highlight my name since I'm a narcissist. But you know, so the research that I did during my undergrad, or the lab that I worked in for my honors thesis, it was a lab pretty much like devoted, devoted to hopefully better understand aging. But instead of using mouse as a model, they used yeast, specifically S or VCA, and sort of how you know, certain environmental conditions can affect, you know, aging in yeast, or how they respond to cell death, etc., etc. These days are like long behind me, but I do know something about aging. Definitely not an expert though, but I will cover some research related to what was just covered. But before I do that, second, vision damage even part of presently, yeah, 100%. The word you're looking for is fair. So that's not what I wanted. One sec. Okay. You know, research on aging involving mice goes back quite a way, and this is also an example of like some crazy things that we do to animals, including mice. So most people are understandably not aware that we do these types of things to mice. I think most people know that, you know, we kill them, we sacrifice them, we dissect them, etc., etc. But we also sew them together and have them share a circulatory system, which is what this study did, if I remember correctly. And this is a study in regards to aging and cognitive function, and basically what happens when you expose, you know, old mice to, you know, the blood of young mice. So how do they do that? They do that by a process where it's like called parabiosis. Second, let me just catch up with chat. Let me try to get this link. Bring it up to make sure that I don't forget. Whoopsies. I obviously don't know how to say something. Okay. But yes. So it's a technique called parabiosis, where it's like basically getting organisms to live. I would say living beside is kind of like downplaying it. But the technique involves the surgical joining of two living organisms in such a way that they develop a single shared physiological system. And in this case, it's going to be a circulatory system. Through this unique approach, researchers can study the exchange of blood, hormones, and other substances between the two organisms, allowing for the examination of a wide range of physiological phenomena and interactions. Parabiosis has been employed in various fields of study, including stem cell research, endocrinology, aging research, and immunology. They don't have any diagrams here, but you know, you're gonna get a little figure or diagram, a little cartoon of what it looks like. You have it here, two mouse sewn together, where they're pretty much now sharing a circulatory system. And as they show here, you have isochronic and heterochronic, where it's like, hey, they're both old. I guess that should be their control group. And then you have the heterochronic, where it's okay, now you have the mice, one old, one young. Throw them together, they're sharing a circulatory system. And so, like, what happens to the old mouse? Now that the old mouse has access to basically fresh, young blood, how does it respond to that? So I will plead ignorance that I don't know how anglerfish reproduce. But I guess that could be a way, because so parabiosis, as the term implies, as they sort of said, it's, you know, they're sharing a physiological system. So I guess that might be, based off how you describe it, I understand, that's probably an example of parabiosis. But here it's like, you know, human engineered parabiosis, where like you are literally sewing the mice together so that they share a circulatory system. Like, I'm sure if I go into Google Images, probably not going to be so nice, to be perfectly honest. Looks like there's an article here. So yeah, aging research, blood to blood. So yeah, you pretty much have the mice sharing a circulatory system, young and old, and that's literally this paper. I have in the title of the paper, Young Blood Reverses Age-Related Impairments in Cognitive Function and Synaptic Plasticity in Mice. Where it's like, hey, you know, if the old mouse pretty much gets a blood transfusion, they basically get access to fresh blood, looks like there's some improvements that occur. And I'm not going to cover this paper. I'm probably going to save this for next stream. And connect it back. But yeah, you know, this is the type of thing that we do to animals, and we do many other things to animals. For some reason I can't zoom in on this. Zoom in here, but for some reason zoom is off in this. I've looked into David Sinclair myself and have concerns about some of his health advice, but I'm more interested in if you believe science, particularly info theory. Incredible. I'll plead ignorance on his theory. I personally, so I've only seen a couple of his appearances. I think he's appeared on Joe Rogan a couple of times, maybe 2 or 3 times. Even though I virtually never watch or listen to the Joe Rogan podcast. I have heard him speak, not only the Joe Rogan's podcast, but other podcasters. He's a researcher. Researcher's aging. Let's just say I don't really follow anything he said personally. Although it doesn't seem like he's giving anything like universally bad or anything risky. But let's just say I think he, personally, my opinion, he extrapolates too much. And I think I think he might have a little bit of too much of a vested interest in some of the claims that he makes. Personally, doesn't appear to be selling anything, but it seems like he really does want to market some of his. But yeah, we're gonna go through this, and thank you for sharing it, Zeron. The information theory of aging suggests that aging results from the accumulation of errors in an organism's genetic code over its lifespan. The theory proposes that as cells divide and replicate, their genetic information is subject to errors such as mutations or epigenetic changes. These errors can accumulate over time, leading to a decline functioning of cells, tissues, and organs that ultimately results in aging. Kind of annoying me. I can't on this. Don't know why. Zoom in just fine here. So like I said, I'm not an expert on aging. I've done a little bit of research on aging. I've been part of some aging research as part of my undergrad honors thesis, but absolutely nowhere in the same category of Davidson. Not a lay person, but definitely not an expert. So take what I say with a grain of salt. But I haven't seen a lot of evidence personally that this is true, but I will admit that I haven't looked deeply into the literature where totally it's possible that mutations or errors in our genetic information accumulates as we age, and intuitively it makes sense. Again, intuitively, just because, you know, the more you're alive, the more you're exposed to your environment, the greater the likelihood that yes, there will be some sort of error that occurs at the level of the gene or epigenetically. So intuitively it makes sense. How those errors actually contribute to disease or aging, I don't actually know, and I don't know that it's actually empirically demonstrated. I'm a little bit skeptical, but at the same time, we do know that mutations, either random or induced by the environment, totally contribute to diseases such as cancer, a whole host of other conditions. And so I think David Sinclair, it basically advocates for viewing aging as a disease, if I remember correctly. And so I think their overall approach, like if their hypothesis holds true, that aging is just simply the result of accumulated errors in our genetic information as we're alive, well, then if you can correct those errors or prevent those errors, then maybe, yeah, presumably, again, if the hypothesis is true, prevent aging, reverse aging, but maybe I should do a deep dive on the evidence. Actually, it's the genetic errors over time that results in aging. What I would say, I don't actually know for sure that they rely only on mice, but it seems like, at least of the research that I've seen of David Sinclair, they're only using mouse models. And I think, again, I'm not an expert on mice research, but I think there's a giant asterisk when it comes to using mice to draw conclusions about what's occurring. And there are totally multiple examples that I'll probably cover at some point of like, hey, what we found in humans, or rather what we found in mice, turns out doesn't hold in humans. Just as, in this research here, that also has to do with aging, and they're using a mouse model. This research is about 10 years old. Yeah, almost exactly 10 years old. Where again, we can only extrapolate so much how this relates. Totally, there's a lot to learn from mice and mouse research, but I personally don't place a lot of stock in it. I say that also, just the space that I'm coming from. So, as I try to be transparent about, I have a disease. Okay, I have Crohn's disease, and I track the research on it pretty closely, for obviously selfish reasons. And a lot of the research or at least a lot of the foundational, fundamental research that occurs in Crohn's disease, they use mouse models. Yeah, research like this, where it's like, oh, based off this mouse research, it seems to whatever promote inflammation in the gut, maybe contributing to the development of Crohn's disease. But there are very clear limitations using mouse models for Crohn's disease or inflammatory bowel disease. And I also follow the pharmaceutical development for my own condition. And it's just like part of the process of like, oh, this is helpful in mice, and then we scale up to humans, and it just like falls flat on its face. So I am a little bit biased, or maybe a lot biased, in terms of like I just know the experience in terms of like how what we find in mice just appears to be very limited, and how it applies to humans. And also drawing upon my research experience of like I also know many people that work with mice, and I'm pretty familiar with the animal models. And just there's just I always place this giant asterisk or grain of salt next to like, oh, we found this in mice, therefore also I personally virtually never at least. But again, I have totally had my lens biased by my experience of tracking the research for my own condition. The follow-up question then becomes, why do some organisms accrue errors faster than others? Totally. Which I'm definitely not equipped to answer. I would say, me speculating, some of it might come down to, the immune system. And let's say, some of the protective mechanisms that we have when it comes to oxidative stress, where when it comes to reactive oxygen species, pretty much how each organism responds to reactive oxygen species or oxidative stress will be fairly unique, and that might be thinking out loud and speculating, that might be a contributing factor as to why some organisms accrue errors faster than others. In the video, there was also, even artificial human brains, I'd also don't play stock in. Self-interest applies when... Yeah, fair enough. Although, I mean, some people take the opposite approach of like, well, for altruism is unethical. Not my position. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. My heart goes out to you. Well, what I would say is I hope you can come to a firm diagnosis, because there is indeterminate colitis is a thing where it's not always the easiest to distinguish between ulcerative colitis and Crohn's disease, and totally some patients get put on the label indeterminate colitis. 100% absolute, believe me. As someone who's been who's been a patient in clinical trials, and as someone who's pretty much, I'm pretty much always on the bleeding edge of treatments that are applied to me. You are absolutely correct. That how each patient responds to a medication or therapy is unique to the patient. That might be less of a hurdle. If you are, even though you say that jokingly, it might be easier, probably, to turn a human into a mouse and then treat the mouse than it is to like scale up from, hey, we found this in mouse, let's scale it up to humans. Theory is different levels of exposure to environmental exposure and stress along with different cells. Yeah, that intuitively makes sense. Yeah, I totally don't blame you for being, believe me, I have, as I made clear, I'm invested in the research into my own condition. So, where was I? Yeah, these errors can accumulate over time, leading to a decline in the functioning of cells, tissues, and organs that ultimately results in aging. The theory also suggests that aging may be a form of error catastrophe, in which the accumulation of errors in the genetic code reaches a critical point, leading to a decline in the overall functioning of the organism. However, it has been reported that genetic mutations are not as catastrophic as predicted. What might be of greater importance is the maintenance of molecular modifications residing on the surface of DNA. These epigenetic modifications act as an additional layer of genetic control and are vitally important for such things as cellular development, maintaining the specific character of specialized cell types. Epigenetic modifications include DNA methyl, histone modification, non-coding RNA molecules. These can be passed down from one cell generation to the next and play a crucial role in development as well as in disease aging. Yeah, and I'm certainly not an expert in epigenetics, and it's actually funny. Where it's like, I think virtually everyone now is aware of epigenetics, which is great. But it's funny, when I was being educated during undergrad, like over 10 years ago, like really that was like the emergence of epigenetics. And obviously like the research is still in its infancy, but I only learned about epigenetics when I took an advanced genetics course. And like pretty much it like wasn't a thing. It pretty much like wasn't even taught like 15 years ago. At least not during my education. Only like towards the end when I voluntarily intentionally took an advanced genetic course that I was even exposed to epigenetics. David Sinclair et al. Have published work describing both the importance of maintaining epigenetic fidelity and a means to reverse the loss of epigenetic information. Like it's this publication. The epigenome and how it drives aging. A common metaphor used to describe the relationship between the epigenome and DNA is that of a conductor and a musical score. Just as a conductor has the ability to interpret and control the performance of a musical piece, epigenome controls the expression of the underlying DNA sequence. If the musical score is perfectly intact, yet the conductor is impaired, then the execution of the piece deteriorates and fails. The epigenetic landscape is a dynamic and changing pattern of chemical modifications to DNA and its associated proteins that regulate gene expression. To understand the dynamics of the epigenome, consider the concept of the Waddington landscape, visual representation of the process of cellular differentiation, development, named after the British developmental biologist Conrad Waddington. The Waddington landscape is depicted as a multi-dimensional terrain with different points representing different developmental outcomes. According to Waddington, cells move along valleys on the landscape as they differentiate into the necessary specialized cells, and the final developmental fate of a cell is determined by the particular valley it ends up in. Hills and valleys of the landscape represent the stability of different cell states. A hill represents the stability in maintaining correct developmental outcomes. The degraded hill allows for an environment in which a cell might easily switch between different cells. The epigenome comprises this landscape of hypothetical hills and valleys, defining the nature of individual cells and holding them to that. Pretty complex. Right down. I think they've done good job. So, yeah. And this comes down to cell development and how do cells develop? Our bodies. Where, so pretty much in virtually every cell in your body, except your red blood cells. Your red blood cells actually don't contain, don't actually have a nucleus, because, since your red blood cells transport oxygen, and contain hemoglobin to transport, oxygen, they're basically, your red blood cells are kind of hollowed out, and therefore they don't have a nucleus to make room for more hemoglobin. But every other cell in your body has the same blueprint, or ideally, generally speaking, contains the same genetic information, although that's even not true at all. That's a common misconception. There are very small, minute changes that are different between each cell, and part of that is probably because of accumulated mutations. And I have research. Totally, Kitty the Pet, chimerism is actually a thing. The more on the extreme end, sure. But there's also just small variations, as in yeah, not every single cell in your body has the exact same DNA sequence. It's going to be like whatever 99% or like 99.99%, but even then there's like very small differences. Oh, and welcome Gainer X76. Yes, absolutely, you can stay if you like science and you're respectful. Totally, you are welcome here. But this is actually kind of a funny whatever narcissistic study, since this person here, so when they say, so the title of this paper is the diploid genome sequence of an individual human. So basically, this is they sequenced the genome of a human. And spoiler alert, it's this person, Craig Venter, who is pretty notorious in the biology world. And they're pretty much well, they were pretty much the director of this study. They pretty much said, hey, let's sequence a genome, let's sequence my genome. Because like it's out of the Craig Venter Institute in Rockville, Maryland, United States. And Craig Venter was involved, and so, hey, let's just sequence my genome, and let's whatever publish that. But yeah, in addition to this study, we have other studies showing that, hey, actually, in your cells, we sort of operate under the assumption that each cell in your body, it contains the exact same genetic sequence, which is like, yeah, it's close to identical, but it is not exactly identical. Yeah, I'm not. I wouldn't highlight it as a conflict of interest. I agree with you. I'm just saying it's like whatever, at most narcissistic. So yeah, as highlighted here, but basically when they do sort of like the analysis, there's a little bit of technical jargon here. Basically, you can just think of it as genetic analysis. Inclusion of insertion and deletion genetic variation into our estimates of interchromosomal difference reveals that only 99.5% similarity exists between the two chromosomal copies of an individual, and that genetic variation between two individuals is as much as 5 times higher than previously estimated. So what they're talking about, basically, is so you have 46 chromosomes, but you have 23. You have 23 pairs, and that results in your 46 chromosomes. To use like what most people are familiar with, it's like whatever. XX chromosome. You have 2 copies, at least whatever. In a biological female, chromosomally, you have 2 copies of the X chromosome. What they're saying here is that those 2 chromosomes aren't actually identical. It's just like 99.5% similarity. As in, like, there's, even though the chromosomes are supposed to be duplicates, they're not actually duplicates. They're close to duplicates, but they're 0.5% difference. So even going with that, if we were operating under the assumption that they were 100% same, and now we've corrected that, as in like, oh, you're actually more different within yourself than we thought. Well, then the differences between, let's say, you and I or you and another person is even greater. That's why they're saying, like, since you are not perfectly identical within your own cells, well then, in comparison to another person's cells, you're even more different than we thought. That's pretty much like the main message. So all that to say, it's like the assumption that the DNA in all your cells is the exact same, not true. Just as even in the copies of your chromosomes, they're supposed to be identical on paper. They're not actually identical. And I was saying that with the message that what results in the differences in your cells is how different genes are turned on and off. Basically, gene expression, right? And the topic of epigenetics. Where, like, even though working under the assumption that all the genetic information is identical in all your cells in your body except for your red blood cells, well then, you know, what makes a liver cell? What makes a skin cell? What makes whatever, a kidney cell? It's differences in gene expression. And so, like, how is gene expression controlled? There are multiple levels of control, and one of those levels might be through epigenetics, or rather it seems to be through epigenetics as a way to control gene expression. So, with increasing age, and that's one of the ways in which cells differentiate, as in, they all have, developmentally, they all have the same starting point, okay? But then they differentiate into whatever, a liver cell, a skin cell, a kidney cell, etc., etc. And it's through that process of differentiation and how they alter their gene expression that results in the variety of cells they have. So with increasing age, cells fail to maintain the fidelity of their epigenome, a phenomenon known as epigenetic drift. Causes of this perturbation to the epigenome are not fully understood. Ironically, one suspected cause is a mechanism for repairing damaged DNA, specifically the severing of both strands comprising DNA's double helix structure. I believe they're referring to double strand break repair, which is a known mechanism. So, just as you have an immune system, you know, searching for infections and other things, you also have protective mechanisms when it comes to maintaining the integrity of your genetic information, where, you know, we have error correction to, you know, reduce the chances of mutation or errors being introduced into your DNA. And we also have double strand break repair of, like, hey, your DNA is actually broken. Can we basically sew it back together? You have mechanisms to do that. They're not perfect mechanisms, or they're not always perfect mechanisms, but we do have mechanisms to correct or maintain the integrity of our DNA. And I believe it's called double strand break. Double check that. Double strand repair. Where it's like, well, as the term implies, refers to various models of pathways that cells undertake to repair double strand. Which, yeah, you have non-homologous, and it's a very complicated process. Rather complicated to me when I learned it in advanced genetics. Whoopsies. Totally rusty on it. Where was I? It is thought that subsequent to repair, epigenetic modifiers at these double-strand breaks are lost or relocated. Over time, these repairs can significantly alter the epigenetic landscape, resulting in a loss of cellular identity and systemic cellular dysfunction. In their recent paper, the Sinclair group demonstrated the validity of this through the development of a system in mice that induces double-strand breaks, the result of which is a phenotype of accelerated aging. Importantly, the double-strand breaks and the subsequent repairs do not result in mutations to the genetic sequence, but do alter the epigenetic modifiers at these locations, demonstrating that the acceleration of aging in these animals is a result of epigenetic and not genetic alterations. Okay, so it seems like if I'm understanding what they're saying correctly, and I might not be, on my area of expertise, molecular biology is pretty strong, as well as my whatever knowledge. But yeah, we have this double strand break repair, and there's we have a process, and as they're alluding to here, okay, let's see if I can highlight it. Yeah, the double strand breaks, okay, when there's breaks in your DNA, they're double stranded, and your body attempts to repair it or does repair it. It seems to maintain the integrity of the DNA, as in it seems to repair the double strand break and actually keep the original sequence, as in no new there's no like mutation introduced. It seems like what they're hinting at is that during this double strand break repair, that like, yeah, the DNA sequence isn't changing, but there's epigenetic changes that are occurring, and that is maybe what is contributing or is driving the aging process. Where like the double strand break repair process, it might be perfect when it comes to repairing the actual DNA, but it may not be perfect when it comes to maintaining the integrity of what they call the epigenome, sort of the non-DNA modifications. So what they say towards, as in the double strand breaks and the subsequent repairs do not result in mutations to the genetic sequence, so no change at the level of the DNA, but they do alter the epigenetic modifications at these locations, demonstrating that the acceleration of aging in these animals is a result of epigenetic and not genetic. Not the result of changes to the DNA, but the epigenetic change. Maybe. That seems to be your hypothesis. Which I can totally buy. But like, yeah, the double strand break repair is like pretty complicated. Or again, complicated to me. There's a lot of things involved. I had to learn it at one point. But it's totally in the very back of the filing cabinet of my brain. But it's a cool process. But it's a very complicated process. There's lots of complex things involved. Where was I? I'm gonna catch up with chat. Is that different than telomere? I believe it is different than shortening. Is not being able to study without the background normal. Well, I don't like to use terms such as normal or abnormal. I like to prefer more healthy, unhealthy, or optimal, not optimal. What I would say is like, generally no alpha free. That generally assimilate information better when you are not distracted. But only you know or have insight into what distracts you. Where, yeah, some, let's say, white noise or background noise probably is not detrimental to you assimilating information, but there's like a threshold. You're getting so distracted from the background noise, you're not able to focus. And like probably going to reduce the chances or hinder your ability to assimilate information. But again, teach their own. What works for one person doesn't work for everyone. What I would say is like you should probably test yourself. Of like if you feel like you're learning something and that you're assimilating information, like while you're studying, pretty much like go back and test yourself. Like, oh, if I really learned this, and I like pretty much without any help, like teach this to someone else, explain it to someone else. Yeah, it's really difficult because I don't want to make the prescription that hey, everyone should just study in silence, in a quiet room with no distractions. There's some amount of noise, and background noise that we can withstand, but it should not be enough that like you're paying more attention to that than what you're actually studying. I can only say for myself that when I was studying, I preferred no distractions whatsoever, and more quiet time. That is just me. If information theory is true, what implications does this have for the future of medicine? So if it's true, where if aging is being driven by just errors accumulated either in your epigenome or even your genome itself, then I'd say there's huge implications because, you know, I think in that vein, you can kind of view aging as a disease. And if it's a disease, it's presumably curable. And if we know it's the result of errors, then you can presumably correct those errors. And I guess this is why Sinclair is, you know, really, really enthusiastic about the research, because it seems like, you know, understandably based off of their perspective, it's like, oh, we might be able to halt aging, maybe even reverse aging, maybe unlocking immortality. There might be some other things that we haven't taken into account. But like, yeah, you know, we know cognitive decline is a thing, and a whole bunch of other decline as you age. I think potentially pretty revolutionary. And yeah, there's nothing wrong with extra stimulation, again, as long as it's not distracting you. Just to make it clear, epigenetics is caused by proteins attaching or detaching from DNA to change. So that is an excellent question. What is epigenetics? So you have things like methylation. But this is methylation in like a chemistry. I'll be more specific. Okay. Yeah, there are good diagrams here. Good diagram. I might have to go to one of my textbooks. Gotta be an easier way to scroll. Get section. On. Methylation. What page? Or 60. Okay, so this is covering it a little bit. One specific diagram. Another textbook. Really nice, but I don't think this textbook has. Okay, so this is actually a pretty decent diagram. Okay, so this is one example of an epigenetic modification called methylation, or DNA methylation specifically. So it's highlighted here at the bottom. So like, whatever, they're showing you in a very rudimentary way DNA, double-stranded DNA. You have your A's and T's, well, A, T, C's, and G's, one way, and then A, T, C's, and G's the other way at the bottom. You have 2 strands of DNA. And so like that is, they're showing you a segment of double-stranded DNA sequence. And then one of the epigenetic modifications that can occur is what's called methylation. Methylation is just the addition. It's shown in like yellowy orange there. It's the addition of a CH3 group, as in a carbon and 3 hydrogens attached to it. That's what we call a methyl group. Where like that is what will contribute. Depending on where the methylation occurs, that might change the levels of expression of, that region of DNA sequence, or how that gene is expressed. So that is just one. This does not represent all epigenetic modifications. I'm just trying to go with like the most simplest to understand as an example. Because like it's just a simple modification, chemical modification of the DNA sequence. We call it epigenetic because the DNA sequence is not changing. The sequence is being preserved, but you are chemically modifying it. Where the ACG, TAT, CGT, that's still the same. But hopefully you can see my cursor. Like in this like C here, you have a methyl group attached to it, and that will modify, the expression of this region of DNA, and so that's sort of like most simplistic epigenetic modification. And so to answer your question, Dorcamus Prime, just to make it clear, epigenetics is caused by proteins attaching or attached. So not necessarily proteins attaching or deattaching. You're likely not going to find proteins attached to DNA for any prolonged periods of time. As in, like, once this methylation occurs, okay, I believe this methylation is, like, long-lasting. As in, like, it's part of the epigenome. Where it's, like, just as the DNA sequence should be preserved, the methylation pattern is largely probably preserved. As opposed to like proteins come and go, or attach and detach from DNA all the time. So you're not going to have, basically, answer your question, protein binding or proteins attaching would not be part of the epigenetic chain. Because proteins dynamically interact with, as opposed to like epigenetic changes, they are largely conserved over time, and it seems like they accumulate over time. That's pretty much the argument from the article, of like it's the accumulation of the epigenetic changes that might contribute to the aging process. And that's why the DNA itself remains the same, even though the epigenetic not. So yeah, we call it epigenetics because like the DNA sequence is preserved, and it's changes outside of the DNA sequence that is altering how the genetic information is being expressed or read. Where one of the other epigenetic modifications, if I remember correctly, is histone packaging, or let's say how the DNA is packaged. Oh, then this is actually pretty good. This is a better diagram. But I'm going to expand on this. Let me just catch up with chat. In psychology, has learned that if you need some other entertainment while studying, yeah, that sounds about right. Pretty much, as you say, ambient noise. I hope eventually becomes a broader field so people less concerning than yeah, 100%. So our real life expectancy could maybe be a lot higher than 80s, potentially. Again, if it holds true that this accumulation of epigenetic modifications is what is driving aging, or is sole responsible for aging, then maybe immortality. That's probably very wishful thinking. Sure. I actually have some research about that as well, of using DNA as potential storage of information. Because I mean, that is what DNA is in a biological process. It is the storage of information, but it's just biological information, or information for an organism. But there's no reason why you can't adapt DNA to store other things, which that has totally been tried. And I believe I have research. Is it weird that learning of information theory has motivated me to make lifestyle changes toward long-term health in the hope of one? No, I don't think that's weird at all. If anything, I encourage the incorporation of information like that. That is literally one of the reasons why I dig into the scientific literature when it comes to health and fitness, is because hey, I take my health and fitness pretty seriously. Let's dig into the research and see if I can use it to my advantage to hopefully make positive changes in my life. I mean, I even do that with my mental health. That's why I also cover a decent amount of mental health research, because that's also important when it comes to well-being. Do you have that? Oh, I also missed your link about the dog and the diagnosis. I apologize for. The rich will certainly have access first. Yeah, unfortunately. What is signaling these epigenetic changes to the genes? What is telling the CH3 to attach itself? That is... that's a fantastic question. And I'm not even... I'm actually going to plead ignorance. Or rather, I don't remember. There is something that determines the methylation pattern on DNA, but I can't remember what it is. Might allude to it. During embryonic development. Well, basically, multiple variables at play. You're using here in this diagram. This is dynamic DNA methylation during mouse embryonic development. So part of the it looks like part of the epigenetic pattern, or the DNA methylation pattern, occurs during early development. But I have no doubt that there are multiple. But so I think this diagram also alludes to some of the epigenetic changes. So what they're going through here is, okay, you know, you start with the DNA double helix, but that is actually not, generally speaking, you know, the form that DNA takes in your living cells. Typically, your DNA is packaged, and it's packaged in a particular way, and they're showing how your DNA is packaged, where it's coiled up. You have nucleosomes, etc., etc. But basically, how your DNA is packaged, how it's coiled up, etc., etc., and histones. That's also a layer of epigenetic modification. As in, one of the ways that epigenetic modifications alters gene expression is through how your DNA is packaged, as in whether it's tightly packed or loosely packed. Where I'm going off of memory, but if I remember correctly, basically one of the ways that, let's say, gene expression is controlled is through packaging, as in things will be, some DNA will be so tightly packed that it will become inaccessible, as in the genetic information, you can basically think of it as it's so tightly packed that it's filed away so deep in the filing cabinet that you can't get the document, can't get the genetic information. And so you can basically think of those genes as inactive, or dormant, or basically inaccessible. As opposed to, you know, if it's more loosely packed, okay, then some of the genetic information will be accessible, as in it's, you know, more not as deep in the filing cabinet. And so that's another layer of epigenetic control. So DNA methylation is what I would consider like the most basic, as in you just chemically modify the DNA, but the DNA sequence remains intact, but your DNA is packaged. And then how it's packaged, whether tightly or loosely, that is also another layer of epigenetic control to control gene expression, where, you know, basically DNA or genetic information can be so tightly packed that just some genetic information will become inaccessible. Absolutely, histones, raise your hands. What is consensus on information theory? Is this niche or is it something most experts? So, hard for me to say since I'm not an aging researcher. But from my understanding, I don't think, basically I think there's still an ongoing debate, as far as I can tell, of how to consider aging. Or like, what exactly is aging? Is it just part of the developmental process, and that this is just the inevitable outcome? Or is it a disease that we can treat? To answer that question, basically, I think, as far as I can tell, experts accept this as a plausible explanation for the aging process. How I understand. But I believe there are multiple hypotheses or theories in regards to aging. And I don't think one has like solely won out, but I could be totally wrong about that because I don't really stay up to date on the aging research, or like, you know, all the hypotheses in regards to aging. I'm on the precipice of curing dead bees. I'd rather not have permanent. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you can send it again, that would actually be great. I would appreciate it. Its chances of chemical bonds forming, and if the CH3 happens to be there, it gets priority. Next spot at the right time is just, sounds, about, yeah. I'm rusty on exactly what determines DNA methylation. I have no problem admitting that. Oh yeah, you are 1000% right. Yeah, isomers and enantiomers. I mean, thalidomide is the glorious example. You can totally think of it that way. You're not wrong. I mean, it's also totally. Do people still remember phones with cords? I don't know. But like, yeah. Or maybe you can think of it as Christmas lights. Christmas lights getting all untangled and tightly packed. Like just when those Christmas lights get super tangled, like just some of those lights are inaccessible. And Phenomenonicus, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. Thunderstorm dissipates. This is not a disease. Likewise, genetic biology eventually dissipates. Second law of thermodynamics catches up to all organized structure. Fair enough. My first question when faced with the prospect of a longer life is unchanged. What am I supposed to do? Time? Yeah. I don't know that I'd want to be immortal. Alright, so wrapping up this, the Yamanaka factors, reversing aging through restoration of the epigenome. Yeah, it seems like that is given the hypothesis for the working theory. And, aging is a disease, largely driven by epigenetic changes. Well, then how do we reverse or cure? The Yamanaka factors are a set of 4 transcription factors that were discovered by the Nobel Prize-winning researcher Shinya Yamanaka. These factors have the ability to reprogram mature cells by resetting the epigenetic marks on DNA and its associated proteins, such as to a more embryonic-like state. Okay. Yeah, I guess I should correct, or at least sort of slightly modify what I just said, because, like, yeah, histones. Histones are proteins. Okay, so going back to what you brought up, Dorcamus Prime. Let me scroll up. So, yeah, why? I did. So, when I said it's not the result of proteins attaching or reattaching, it's because just something came to mind or whatever. And when someone says attach proteins, I'm thinking of like interaction, and protein-protein interactions. But okay, you are not wrong in that, yes, technically speaking, when it comes to epigenetics, there are proteins involved in this packaging here. So, like, I don't know if you can see it. So in gray, you have the DNA, or the DNA strands, double-stranded DNA, and you have histones, as in part of the packaging process, there's histones, and histones are protein, as highlighted here, and so, like, yeah, as part of the packaging process, you have histones involved, and histones are proteins, but it's not really the proteins that are, let's say, driving the epigenetic changes. It's like the proteins involved in the packaging process. That is, let's say, the epigenetic modification. But, like, proteins are part of the packaging process. Yeah. I should amend what I say. Thank you for bringing that to my attention. So there's these 4 transcription factors that were discovered by the Nobel Prize winning, and, like, yeah, these factors have the ability to reprogram mature cells by resetting the epigenetic marks on DNA and its associated proteins, such as histones, to a more embryonic-like. So it seems like, reversing the epigenetic changes, or maybe, to use their language, reversing the aging process, or treating. This resetting of the epigenome results in changes in gene expression, allowing cells to become more pluripotent. This is basically the ability to branch off into different cell types. Basically, you know, the potential for turning into different cells. And capable of differentiating into any cell type. I don't know that pluripotent totally means any cell type. I think that's totipotent. Yeah, okay. It's like, yeah, there's this distinction between totipotent and pluripotent. Where it's like, yeah, stem cells can divide into all cell types. Pluripotent is divide most or all cell types of an organism. Not a huge difference, but yeah, although the mechanism through which these factors restore the epigenetic landscape is not fully understood, their utilization can reverse the effects of epigenetic dysregulation seen in aging. Numerous recent studies have leveraged the utility of these factors to delay aging, or in some cases to rejuvenate specific tissues and organs, in an attempt to repair the accelerated aging observed in mice as a result of the induced epigenomic changes. Sinclair et al., so the research group, forced the expression of select Yamanaka factors, OCT4, SOX2, KLF4. In doing so, the epigenetic marks of these mice were restored to a youthful state, consistent with mice that had not been subjected to the epigenetic disruption caused by double-strand breaks. So it's somewhat similar, or at least loosely analogous to what was done here. Up this. Open. Way too many. But somewhat analogous to this, where it's like, oh, you know, if you sew or join two mice together, and you expose their circulatory systems, or you expose the old mouse to fresh young blood, then, you know, some of the cognitive decline or cognitive function is restored, or the impairments in cognitive function are reversed. It seems like it's the same philosophy here of using these OCT4, SOX2, and KLF4. It looks like you're basically turning back clock. At least when it comes to the epigenetics, it looks like you're turning back the clock to a youthful state. This study provides strong evidence that the progression of aging is driven by the cell's reaction to DNA damage and the subsequent loss of epigenetic information, not by the introduction of mutations. This is consistent with aging following a predictable sequence of molecular and physiological changes, even though DNA damage can occur randomly in the genome. Importantly, these results bring greater clarity and understanding to the molecular drivers of aging and will aid in the pursuit of therapies to combat aging. And where I wonder what this links to. So what happened to... Has there been any progress? So I will fully admit I'm ignorant on head transplants. I absolutely did not know that was a thing. If you have any research on that, I'm totally all open. If, let's say, head transplants were done in mice, were actually successful. If I'm following your descriptions correctly, what are they restoring when discussing epigenome? Packaging and chemical attachments to DNA are part of what make us different. What would they be restoring? It also seems like human DNA will always have some level of discrepancy between its packaging, for example, like if the DNA is tightly wound during the embryonic stage of human later down in life, restoring the epigenome will still retain a large part of the packaging. Oh. Pretty way to reframe it. Pretty fair enough. Yeah, this is a fantastic question. So the way I'm understanding it, going back. Sorry. Okay. Going back to you using what I consider the simplest example, although your mileage may vary or you might have a different opinion. But like using the example of DNA methylation, where so it seems like, at least the way they frame it in the article that we just went through, it's like, aging is largely driven by epigenetic changes. And using the DNA methylation as the example, so it seems like we are born, okay, maybe not born, but as we develop, we have a certain epigenome, say, or use DNA methylation as the example, we have a certain methylation pattern that we kind of like start out with. But then it seems like maybe that methylation pattern is changing because maybe as we age, maybe more and more things become methylated. As in, like, you might have this default state of methylation, but then through changes as we age and the accumulation of changes in the epigenome, you might just be accumulating more and more DNA methylation as you pretty much as you exist in time. That is what is driving the aging process. And so the way I understand how they described it in the article, it's like, yeah, you have a default DNA methylation pattern, but that is being altered as you age. But then through their, let's say, treatment of like that OCT4, SOX6, whatever. OCT4, SOX2. These are transcription factors. Okay, so it's transcription factors. Well, they are basically things that regulate transcription. Although that is not like the best way. I'm just reframing the word, so to speak. But like, yeah, basically, I don't know another way. I need to think of a more clever way of describing trends. But they are things that regulate gene expression. Well, what does Wikipedia? They regulate transcription. Okay. Controls the rate of transcription. That's a transcription. So they regulate gene expression. But that doesn't really give the full explanation. But like, yeah, DNA is transcribed to RNA, and RNA is translated into protein. That's the overall workflow. Whatever biological protein. Transcription factors, they pretty much regulate the step of DNA being transcribed into RNA. That's why they're called transcription factors, because they regulate transcription. They regulate how DNA is transcribed in RNA. But even then, that probably doesn't clarify very many things. But yeah, to go back to the example of, like, so using these transcription factors, looks like as their treatment, it seems like they're turning back the clock on the methylation patterns or the accumulation of, methylation that you acquire as you age. Basically, it seems like they're restoring the default state of your methylation pattern. Again, just using this simplest example of an epigenetic. That is how I understand what they're doing or what they're manipulating at like a rudimentary level. Sure, there's way more other things that occur where going back to this diagram that I hope up, where it's like, yeah, also as part of epigenetics, is how it's packaged. And it seems like, or rather, I can totally see how your DNA is packaged can change over time as a result of various factors. As in, I can sort of imagine, similar to how you are potentially born with a default methylation pattern, you might be born with a default DNA packaging pattern. And so through their treatment with those transcription factors, they might be restoring the default state of the packaging or the methylation. That is essentially how I understand what it is that they're where, yeah, they mentioned histones. So yeah, these factors have the ability to reprogram mature cells by resetting the epigenetic marks on DNA and its associated proteins, such as histones, to a more embryonic-like state. Yeah. We are trying to achieve cells with less DNA deformations, either by trying to simulate how the first cell started, stem cells, wait for the old one, yeah. Or yeah, by fixing it. Would they need to have embryonic tissue or something akin to an umbilical cord to trigger these Yamanaka factors? So I don't think so. At least I'm going by the YouTube video that they went through. Because it seems like transcription factors, they're proteins, okay? So it's a protein, so at the end of the day, this is how I hypothesize what they're doing. As they described in the video, where it's like through that viral vector, they're introducing genetic information, and then they introduce an antibiotic to trigger the genetic information. I think they mentioned doxycycline, if I remember correctly. So I think what they're doing, since transcription factors are proteins, well, then they are coded by DNA. Even though transcription factors they regulate transcription, they are also encoded in the DNA. And so they are likely introducing the genetic information that codes for these transcription factors, and then through administering that antibiotic, again, this is all mouse research, from what I can tell. And so they introduce the genetic information to code for these transcription factors that are proteins. So basically, they're introducing the information to make these proteins, these transcription factors, and then they trigger it by administering that antibiotic to the mice. And then, that genetic information is expressed. And then, they make the transcription factors. And it seems like those transcription factors, they have the ability to basically kind of like reset the clock epigenome, or maybe turn, I don't know if reset is maybe the right word, but it looks like maybe turn back it a bit. I don't know. I'm pretty ignorant on whether it actually truly sets it back to an embryonic state, even though they mentioned that, as they say, to a more embryonic-like state. So I think they're, being pretty prudent. It's not truly embryonic, it's embryonic-like. So it doesn't seem that, they're fully pushing the reset, going back to the beginning, more like turning back the clock, or like reversing the aging process. More the appropriate language in that context. That is essentially how I understand what it is that they're doing. Otherwise, don't see how you would get this information into, let's say, a human. But I'm pretty highly confident exactly what it is. Bring the video up again. Many tabs open. Oh, I already still have the video open.
To Professor Snape, this is
Exactly.
This is, like you just talked about, you're editing your genes. I mean, that's probably going to be a big concern for a lot of people.
and potentially quite risky. Like, what's the flip side of all this?
Well, so, the qualifier here is there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But to your point, I mean, it sounds like science fiction. I mean, he's taking these mice who couldn't see from getting older, from getting glaucoma, which is damage to the optic nerve, and he's restoring their vision. I mean, it does sound a little bit like science fiction, to your point.
What is the timeline, though, for making this a reality? I mean, for something like a drug, like there's a whole process, phase 1, 2, 3 trials, but what does the doctor say the timeline is for this?
Yeah, so, he's hopeful in the next 10 to 15 years, but the thing is, you do need more rigorous studies in animals. You really need to prove that this works. And then after that, you need to trial this in humans. You need to prove it's not only, working as it should, but it's also safe and it doesn't cause any unwanted side effects. Like you just talked about, you're editing your genes. I mean, that's probably going to be a big concern for a lot of people.
Although, on the flip side, just so you, with genetic editing, with procedures like CRISPR and so on, really being able to manipulate genetic codes in fairly stable and replicable ways, right?
Yeah, and so, Dr. Sinclair's been studying this for the last 20 years. He started out at MIT, and he's had this lab at Harvard for decades now. And, what he's basically saying is that if you'd asked him 20 years ago, would I be here today? Would I have restored vision in mice?
Where they explain it.
I think he'd tell you he was pretty surprised. He didn't think. They're using electrodes to measure activity in cells from the brain.
As those get older, they
By reversing it, they start firing more.
That's right. Yep, we can make them young again and work like they used to.
While much more research is needed, Sinclair hopes that one day, reversing aging could be as simple as a pill at the doctor's office. So maybe once a year you go get a prescription for your doctor, you take it for a week, and it reverses your aging? Is that your vision here?
Well, it's not just a vision, it's going to happen. It's like asking the Wright brothers, are we going to fly? Well, of course we are. It's just a question of when.
Dr. Akshay Syal joins us now. I have seen Resident Evil too many times. So, of course, I'm wondering, you want to edit my genes, even for anti-aging? What? This sounds like it's both really tough science and potentially quite risky. Like, what's the flip side of all this?
Well, so, the qualifier here is there's a lot more work that needs to be done. But to your point, I mean, it's...
So we found that there was a way to get the scratches off and reverse the age of cells.
In his study, Sinclair restored optic nerve cells and sight in mice with vision loss from both aging and a condition that stimulated glaucoma.
The way we did that in the mice, and we cured blindness with them, was to turn on 3 genes that are normally on in embryos. And when we turn those 3 genes back on in the adult tissue, the mice regenerate and they get their vision back.
And now, in what the researchers are calling the first study of its kind, Sinclair and his team were able to age the mice and then make them younger again. In this video shared by Harvard, these mice are the same age, yet one is visibly older. How did they do it? By literally breaking up the DNA, forcing the body to repair itself, which he says accelerates aging.
The mice actually do not just look old, but they literally are older by about 50%. They get gray hair, they get wrinkled skin, their organs are old.
The results were shared at a conference earlier this year and are under review for publication. This groundbreaking technology builds on the Nobel Prize-winning work of Japanese scientist Shinya Yamanaka, who discovered how cells can be reprogrammed to be stem cells, which then can develop into cells of any type in the body. Using this method, Sinclair showed me how his team is trying to study memory loss by turning skin cells into tiny brains.
Here they are, these little beauties. So these are mini human brains we've grown for a number of months, and these ones have been aged so that they're 70 years old, and we can measure their activity, and their brain activity is slowing down as they get older. They're full of inflammation like a normal old brain would be, and in this experiment we're now testing, can we reverse the age of those brains so they work again? And the answer is yeah, we can do that.
In early experiments, his team says they're using electrodes to measure activity in cells from the brain.
As those get older, they fire less, and then we can reverse that and get them to work again.
And so you've seen that by reversing it, they start firing more.
That's right. Yep, we can make them young again.
Maybe
and
towards
work.
the end?
No, it's a Harvard-funded lab. These are people who are actually surprised. He didn't think we'd come this far so quickly. So, yes, it does sound like science fiction, but it's really, really promising at this point.
How does this compare to some of the other science that's going on in terms of anti-aging? Actual laboratory bench science, not like the infomercials we see at 2 a.m. Where else does the research lie?
I think you and I could do a whole show on, the creams that are available and the potions they sell over the counter about, take this and you only, working as it should, but it's also safe and it doesn't cause any unwanted side effects. Like you just talked about, your vision. I mean, it does sound a little bit like science fiction, to your point.
What is the timeline, though, for making this a reality? I mean, for something like a drug, like there's a whole process, phase 1, 2, 3 trials, but What does the doctor say the timeline is for this?
Yeah, so he's hopeful in the next 10 to 15 years, but the thing is, you do need more rigorous studies in animals. You really need to prove that this works, and then after that, you need to trial this in humans. You need to prove it's not only working as it should, but it's also safe and it doesn't cause any unwanted side effects, like you just talked about. You're editing your genes. I mean, that's probably going to be a big concern for a lot of people.
Although, on the flip side, just so the sci-fi nerds among me don't have the last word, we have come a long way in terms of what we can do with genetic editing, with procedures like CRISPR and so on, really being able to manipulate genetic codes in fairly stable and replicable ways, right?
Yeah, and so Dr. Sinclair has been studying this for the last 20 years. He started out at MIT and he's had this lab at Harvard for decades now. And what he's basically saying is that if you'd asked him 20 years ago, would I be here today? Would I have restored vision in mice? I think he'd tell you he was pretty surprised. He didn't think we'd come this far so quickly. So, yes, it does sound like science fiction, but it's really, really promising at this point.
How does this compare to some of the other science that's going on in terms of anti-aging? Actual laboratory bench science, not like the infomercials we see at 2 a.m. Where else does the research lie?
I think you and I could do a whole show on, the creams that are available and the potions they sell over the counter about, take this and you reduce your aging.
Pills and potions and lotions and everything and anything. But set all that aside, where's the science?
No, we'll leave that to Professor Snape.
Exactly.
This is it's a Harvard-funded lab. These are people who are actually going in and altering your DNA in a way that, they develop these biological clocks. And these are, to be fair, things that need to be validated still. But they've come out with a way that they think is you're able to tell somebody's age just by looking at a DNA sequence. So, when you compare that to these creams and these things that you're selling over the counter, it's a separate world.
And are there other applications for this kind of epigenetic technology other than anti-aging? This isn't new technology, as you mentioned. This is just a new application.
So it's been a theory for a long time, and we're still working to prove that theory. But it is something that Sinclair has coined called the information theory of aging. Where you take these epigenetic changes and that accelerates aging, as we've seen in the mice that's coming out. But to answer your question, the uses outside of this. It's still so new that we really don't know yet.
And I know that he mentioned kind of like popping a pill, but is that what we expect it would be, like a pill, or more like a treatment like dialysis or something long term? Like what would the delivery device potentially be?
Yeah, so the delivery device so far in the mice has been, it's actually an injection. It's a harmless virus encoded with 3 reprogramming genes. And you take that injection, and then you take an antibiotic called doxycycline.
So I wasn't wrong. It's like you provide the genetic information. Took a while to get there. I didn't remember that it was towards the end. So you inject the genetic information, and then they turn on that genetic information through that administering that antibiotic, doxycycline.
3 reprogramming genes, and you take that injection, and then you take an antibiotic called doxycycline. It's an antibiotic that you would give by mouth that turns on those genes and allows the anti-aging process to commence. So we don't really know what the future is going to look like.
Yeah, so I'm based off of that description. I'm pretty sure this is genetic information. This is the genetic information, or rather, introducing the genetic information for those transcription factors, and then you turn it on. It might not be when it gets to humans, an antibiotic that does it. But probably for now, in mice, that's what. And DC Drunk, welcome. Thank you so much for passing by. I hope you're well. Let me catch up with Pat. Let's. Well, thank you so much for the kind words, Kitty. Much appreciated. We're grateful. So is it possible to stop? Well, depends on who you ask. If you ask David Sinclair, who was pretty much the subject of that video, and more or less what we covered a little bit of the research in this article. I'm pretty sure they are of the mindset that you can stop aging. And I agree. I think they're a little overconfident, but I'm not an aging expert. What do I know? But maybe I shouldn't be so cynical. Maybe I should be more optimistic. You talk about E. coli is right on my alley, because that's pretty much what I study. Or rather, protein-protein interactions. Sigma factors in E. coli, common regulatory mechanisms controlling sigma factors of ability. Transcriptional regulation, yeah, fair enough. even though E. coli are well characterized under a model organism in biology. E. coli actually quite a number of cool things. Yeah, I mean, you know, I guess they have reason to be overconfident. You know, they're a Harvard researcher, right? Who can argue with that? What happens? So, well, that is the question, right? Or at least, you know, this is one of the hypotheses or theories of aging, or models, I guess I should say. Like, the model is, like, you know, we age, or our cells age, because they accumulate epigenetic changes over time. And the strategy, at least one of the strategies that's being employed, that we just covered a bit, is like reversing those epigenetic changes. By somehow prolonging pregnancy and make the embryo feed back blood to the mother. That seems plausible. Sign me up. I have memory loss issues. I program mine to use skin cells to redo mine. Yeah. And well, you know, as much as I'm skeptical of research like this, like if this actually leads to improvements in treatments for cognitive decline, memory decline, etc., then great. Don't get me wrong. I am all for breakthrough treatments and revolutionary treatments and progress when it comes to, you know, human therapy and longevity. I just always, you know, slightly more skeptical. Most reasons. Most. But again, that is totally, like, my bias. But so I had so much content I wanted to cover. But that just means that I'm gonna cover it on the next stream, and the stream here, because I gotta have supper. Something. I think I've been streaming for 5 hours. Yeah, 5 hours. But I have a lot of a lot of scientific stuff that I'm gonna have to save for next, which is totally fine. But there's this great article here, maybe as a teaser, okay? No, talking about science and whatever, good science versus bad science, and therapies as well. You know, assuming aging is a condition, like what do you do when it's virtually impossible to do good science on something? You know, I think most people know by now that randomized controlled trials, at least when it comes to getting a pharmaceutical therapy approved, you know, you gotta run the randomized placebo-controlled trial. You know, that includes, you know, a sufficient amount of sample so that you can have the statistical power to, you know, come to meaningful conclusions. But what do you do when, like, to carry out the research, to carry out quote-unquote good research, good science, it's like virtually impossible. And this is directly applies to like rare conditions or rare diseases. As highlighted here, there's more than 7,000 diseases, or rather rare diseases, where it's like, what do you do if, like, if a study requires, like, you know, thousands of patients to have statistical power, but your rare disease, there's less than 10,000 patients in the world. What do you do at that point? And then what do you do if, like, you know, there's ethical considerations where it's like, oh, this is a trial, and this might be a life-saving therapy for a person with a rare condition, and you're gonna hold a control group and potentially withhold life-saving treatment from a patient. So then what do you do if you can't ethically justify a control group? Where, like, you know, again, as much as I advocate, you know, rigorous and good science, there's also the flip coin of, like, sometimes it's virtually impossible, or the circumstances and the realities make it impossible to do the type of science that we expect out of good and rigorous science. And what do you do when you only have access to 10 patients of the condition trying to develop a therapy for? Possible to do good science that way. But there might be other strategies that you can employ, or other methodologies that, yeah, they may not be as good as, your randomized placebo-controlled trial, but they might be just as good or get, 90% there that you can use these strategies. And this is specifically one of the challenges when it comes to developing new treatments for rare diseases. Of like, hey, doing randomized controlled trials in this patient population of like a dozen patients, possible. It raises the same kind of flags that cryogenics does. Yeah, absolutely. And I think talk about cryogenics and preserving yourself goes back to as far as I can remember. Apply such mad science on people that got nothing to lose and agree to it. Some are clearly blind, and for example, even then, even then, that also poses challenges. Even though there's willing participants, that might be a way, that might be a workaround for some contexts. That definitely doesn't cover everything. And even then, there might be some issues with consent, right? Like, or informed consent. There might be some amount of coercion. You can make the argument that it might be coercive to recruit from a vulnerable population. Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much where I was leading to as well. For it. Where it's like, you might be preying on, or rather, you might be explicitly. And I've been part of that, and not part of truly vulnerable per se, but like I said, I participate in clinical trials. One of the reasons why I participate in multiple clinical trials is because like I ran out of treatment options, as in like I'm followed by a specialist, a gastroenterologist, and I've been very sick, and we run through the gamut of like, hey, let's try this, doesn't work, let's try this, doesn't work, hey, let's enroll you in a clinical trial. I mean, that literally happened before I had my operation, where it's like, we don't necessarily want to jump to an operation, so let's try the clinical trial, where it's like I literally run out of options, and so it's like, hey, let's try this Hail Mary, and enroll you in a clinical trial. That didn't end up working out, but yeah, these types of things are really tricky. So I'm going to find someone to raid, if there's any recommendations. I think we are going to... I think I'm going to raid into... fellow science streamer, Science. But I don't think they're doing science right now. They do art streams occasionally, but they are science streamers. We're like, yeah, they are, I believe they have a PhD in biology. And I think their PhD research involved ants, hence why they're called Science. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. First, I want to thank JohnnyScarlett for inviting me to chat and sharing their community with me. Super grateful and much appreciated. And also I thank them for the raid. Also super appreciated and grateful. And thank you for the follows, Kilo the Giant, and I missed a bunch of follows actually. Second. Dorkamus Prime, thank you for the follow. Refacule66, much appreciated. Thank you for the follow. Elf Bar Person, thank you. And anybody else that I forgot, I apologize. But yeah, that's gonna be it for this stream. I plan to stream next, either on Friday, Saturday, still to be determined. I think probably Saturday, next Saturday, maybe. You want to find out when, feel free to join the Discord, because I try imperfectly keep up to date there. And thank you Kitty, Bob Marley, and anybody else that I forgot for Freedom Dow, thank you for passing by. I'm missing a bunch. Thank you, DZ Drunk. Yeah, I'm missing a bunch of people. Apologize, but thank you everyone for passing by. Thank you for the follows. And yeah, super grateful. We're gonna raid into science. They're doing an art stream, but they are a science streamer. And you should give them a follow because they cover also science and research content. But yeah, until next time, take care, be well, and kind.
Healthy. Still hand the voice is back. Corey Campbell! Ringers!
Science stream, but we ain't fucking. We over here about to leave. You be shocking what we got now. The tribes arrive. I promise that I have prescribed you vibes. The vibes we got are giant. Shout out to the stream for the raid. That's science.
Ringers! Corey Campbell, 84.
Welcome to Flavor Country.